Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No, okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel um, a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Oh, okay. Well, um, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to get it, you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering,
Right.
do you have like a background work that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
Um, I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. Um, and my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad but in a different way now.
Mhm.
I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way.
Mm.
So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person, and it's
Yeah,
out of your yeah, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this, and that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not, used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it, and it's okay. He's saying it's okay, he's fine, and he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand, and he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing, that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside, or do you go on walks?
yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but we it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds. that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And that the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers and to see how
Yeah,
that is. Does that make sense to you?
yeah, yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loves growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more of aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees, and I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with
Um,
my mum and dad now?
your mom and dad, yes, absolutely. They're all together and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically. And each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent, and she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from um, some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No,
Did she go to private school or be around maybe
no,
like
no, she didn't go to a private school. No, we've been
I'm trying to figure out.
brokers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, yeah, we were going to church with Methodists, and
Yeah.
Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer and she would have liked to be a more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you know, you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light. And the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit, and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we started reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles early on in life, especially. But the thing to remember is that our childhoods are sometimes hard because we need that training later in life. And there's no way we can do what we were contracted to do later in life without those issues or those things. Of course, we don't try to put our kids into the way of harm. That's not the point. The point is that whatever happens to us along the way, according to other people's choices, can always be made good, and it can always be made into a skill set that gives us a miraculous, basically an opening of a cocoon. Like you're kind of like in this enclosed space, it's uncomfortable, and you come out with your wings. Before then, you don't have wings. And really, freedom usually comes from experiencing the free agency and free choice of others and how they affect us, and then figuring out what to do with that, figuring out what to do with the free agency of other people. Everyone is teaching us all the time. And of course, defend yourself and defend your children. I'm not saying we need to go through pain to be okay. I'm saying that we need to come to a place of an intense amount of self-preservation and defense, and learning and growing through our experiences. No matter what someone else does, we are making the right decisions for ourselves and our families, regardless of what someone else does, with what we have, what we know, and where we are. And when Spirit shows me this beautiful family, and I really feel like she just had a great connection to these parents, and getting that little slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter, what, whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted, or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I'm feeling pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to help me to know, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love, and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us keep up with everything we have to do, despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-848 488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. And I am so excited to do the readings today and be on for my show because I missed last week. And I'll tell you, even this Wednesday caught up to me pretty dang fast. So I could not believe. I thought, oh my gosh, I've got to get myself ready and centered. So anyhow, the weeks went by fast. I hope you all have had a beautiful week. It's hard to believe that we are literally just already in the first 2 weeks of January. I'm just blown away. Time just flies by way too fast. But grandbabies are good. So those who follow me, I have two grandbabies that were born in November, and they both are doing fabulous. One just turned 2 months. The other will be 2 months old here shortly, here in a couple weeks. So anyway, things are good. Life is good. Lots of personal changes for me, personal, I would say spiritual awakenings, enlightenment. So I feel like our readings tonight, because of that, will be even more connected and more beautiful. And the energy that's out there right now is pretty, pretty remarkable. We're about ready to come out of that Mercury retrograde. Who's excited? I know I am. I try not to let it affect me. However, sometimes these do, and it's okay. I feel like it's just all about how we react or how we respond to, our environment and what happens. But we're getting through it. It's been beautiful. So it's been an interesting journey these last 2 weeks, and I can't wait. I want to kind of share more about that, and I think I might focus more on doing that here, maybe on another show of mine, and really starting to collaborate and bring some others on with me. So sorry, I've been getting this weird stuff in my throat. I keep having to clear it, which for me, when I start to connect with my mediumship abilities, I get this, it almost feels like I have something stuck in my throat. So it's, I feel that it has to do with my throat chakra. And really, that's my throat chakra's way of starting to open even more and expressing, myself, expressing my gifts and not being afraid to express and get those out. So it's just part of the beautiful ascension and the spiritual awakening that I'm going through. And so it's something you just kind of deal with. But well, as usual, every Wednesday on my podcast here with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, I have wanted to just kind of keep maybe a traditional, I guess, if you will, always looking forward to moment. So I have these beautiful affirmation cards, and not last week, but the week before was the first time that I pulled an affirmation card on my show. So this will only be the second time. The affirmation for me, I haven't read all of these. They're beautiful. They have butterflies, and I'm very drawn to butterflies with a lot of my loved ones in spirit. But these affirmation cards are and have been, especially with my clients, as my clients come in and we get done with their full private reading, I have them pull an affirmation card, and every single time the affirmation, the message that they get, it just fits so beautifully with them, their situation, what they're going through, or with their loved one that we were channeling in spirit. So it's amazing to see, and I don't believe in coincidences. I do believe, everything happens for a reason. But so with that said, I'm going to pull an affirmation card, and this really will be connected to everybody out there that is listening. And the way I do this, I really drawn to numbers. And boy, I'll tell you, I always go with the first number that pops in my head, and I'll count out the cards according to that number. And so the number I have got that popped into my head is 26. And I can't tell you why. I just listened to it. This could very well be a connection with, my callers tonight. This could be a connection with anybody I'm channeling on the other side. And then after my podcast, I do about 2 hours of free readings on my Stephanie's Tarot reading page. So if you want to, hop in there and watch, be a participant, and kind of see what I do with that. I love it. Just spreading really good love and light and helping others with my gifts. And that's ultimately my sole purpose. So it's beautiful. All right, my friends. So the affirmation for you all that the universe is putting out there to you says, I don't compare myself to others because I am not meant to be a copy of anyone else. I was born to be me, an original, one of a kind. I am happy to be me. Okay, that just gave me chills. I don't know about you guys out there, but see, I'm getting stuff in my throat. Just crazy. Must be a loved one trying to come through from the other side. I'll show on my video here the beautiful, whoop, I'm always bad with cameras, the butterfly here. You can see it's gorgeous. Yeah, isn't that amazing? So for all of you out there, just keep in mind, I'll read it one more time and then I'll take my beautiful caller. So the affirmation, I don't compare myself to others because I am not meant to be a copy of anyone else. Boy, that's the truth for me too. I was born to be me, an original, one of a kind, and I am happy to be me. So there you go, my friends. How beautiful is that? It's perfect. That song, I think if you guys have heard, I'm sure many of Lady Gaga that's, sings, born to be me, or I was born this way, and I have to say that with myself, with my gifts and what I do. I have to really find confidence in that I was born this way, and now I need to share that. So speaking of sharing, my first caller that I have, I'm excited. Demi in Iowa. Hi, Demi. This is Stephanie, Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Good, good. How can I help you tonight?
I really don't know why I applied. I mean, I've lost a lot of family, and I guess my big question is, I feel like a particular family member is still with me. They do things to let me know it's crazy, and I know things that I can't explain, and I see things that, not all the time, but sometimes, that I know without a doubt it's not a hallucination, it's real.
Right.
I've caught pictures of things, seen things in pictures I've taken, and just curious as to what all that is about and what's going on with me.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll tell you, seriously, I have chills and just tears in my eyes of excitement. So I'm a true believer that everything happens for a reason. And just today, I'll kind of get a little bit vulnerable right now and tell you, but I feel like that this is just the universe's way of bringing you to me at the right time, divine timing, I have been in a bit of a little rut. I've been I really opened up myself and started connecting with my gifts about 27 years ago. And same as you, I was like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm crazy. Why I'm seeing things and hearing things and feeling things that others aren't. And so it's taken a long time, so 27 years, to really, and I'm still learning to this day, but really connecting with the whys. Why me? Why am I seeing things? Why do I connect with the other side and others don't? Or, you know, it's such an amazing gift. I say that it's a blessing and sometimes a curse, you know. Um,
Yeah.
but just today, um, no joke, Demi, I have um, had a lot of beautiful messages my way that have really validated my, it's called ascension. So it is a spiritual awakening. It's that sense of your soul is really starting to evolve. Your soul is starting to connect with your soul's purpose. And when that happens, all of your beautiful abilities, your clairs, as they call it. So, if you're hearing, let's say, for example, you hear something that others don't hear, that is called clairaudient. And that means that your ability to hear things that are unworldly is magnified, and you've opened that
See, I don't
particular
hear,
gift.
none of it talks
Yeah, but
to me.
you
I just
see.
see it.
Yeah. So that is your clairsentient, or your claircognizant. So those two for you, I feel, are going to be your heightened gifts. Um, and I really feel like as I'm kind of connecting with you and trusting, my gifts of what they're showing me, a lot of the time, and I feel like this is applying to you, when you start to really notice these you know events, I guess, if you will, that is when
Yeah.
just before that means there you had some kind of, maybe not a traumatic event, but you may have had a moment of awakening where something had to have triggered you to get you to be able to open yourself up. And one of those triggers can really be um, a memory, that you have, or you're having a dream, and that dream triggers you, and then you start to go through this journey. um, Man, I'll tell you, I one of my signs I get, which is the loved ones on the other side, the energy, they mess with my throat chakra, and I'll get this lump in my throat. That's why I keep trying to clear my throat. It's always my sign too of a loved one in spirit being here with me. Uh, One of the things that I always listen to, and I'll see very often, is numbers. And before you came on, I kept seeing, see, there it goes. I kept seeing the number 26. Do you connect with that in any way? So, like the 26th of the month, the age of 26?
Well, my brother's birthday was January 23rd,
Okay.
and I, that's about as close. I mean, I was surprised that you said 26 because that's pretty close. His anniversary is coming up this month. He died when he was 19, and he was a car accident. I lost him and my best friend and my goddaughter, and I was the fourth person injured. And uh, the closest it would be is the 23rd. Every month that something lets me. I mean, it's been some really crazy stuff that's happened. Like one year, a calendar page appeared on my vanity mirror, a post-it calendar page that was January 23rd, 1984, and this was in 2005, and that was my brother's birthday, and
Wow.
it, nobody could find the calendar that it came from. We searched high and low, the whole apartment.
Wow.
There was no calendar that it came from. It just materialized, and it was stuck smack dab, dead perfect in the center of my mirror.
Wow.
And
That's amazing, because that right there is, you can't chalk that up to a coincidence. You can't explain it other than the fact that, this would be your brother, and your brother just giving his sign that he is with you. His soul was, at that moment was there, was with you and connecting with you. And really, a lot of what I'm even feeling at the moment with, ever since you had come on, and the energy that's in the room, it validates a little bit with the age of your brother passing, because the energy in the room right now is very, um, just high energy, just very, celebration. It just feels like a sense of celebration. And even though I know, his celebration of his passing, or his anniversary is coming up, I do feel this is his way of just wanting others, including, I mean, specifically you, to, find peace with his passing. And if anything, my friend, is just trusting that, for one, you're not losing your mind. I'll tell you that. You are definitely, if you need to talk, you message me, my friend, because I'll tell you, I have been there for a long time. And I know now how to process and handle a lot of this. But I know I have another caller also waiting. These are pretty short, but if you are ever wanting to, ask questions, of any sort with what you're going through, please, you can message me, email me. I'd be happy to, mentor, or at least help you along the way. Um,
okay,
I know that I wished I would have had one back in the day.
right,
So, you can, on my Facebook page, it's Stephanie's Tarot Readings. Tonight, I do
okay,
free readings for about 2 hours at 7:30 Mountain Time. So if you feel wanting, hop on, and maybe we'll connect with your brother.
okay.
It's a fun time. We have a fun group. So, but I wish you so much love and light, as you go through this beautiful journey, and just trust. That's the biggest key.
All right.
Hey, all right. Thank you, Demi. Have a great night,
Thanks.
okay?
You too.
All right, honey. All right. Thank you. Bye. All right, friends. I have the next caller, and I missed who it was. I saw Australia. Oh, great. Hi, Jessica.
Hello.
Hey, this is Stephanie, the mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
I was just after any sort of reading or advice on any topic, really.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, I love it. Those are always my favorite. Just whatever comes. The
Yep, whatever
allowing.
comes. No actual
Okay,
questions.
perfect. I love that. Allowing the universe to give you whatever it is that you need to hear at the moment. So we'll go that direction. Perfect. Um, let me I'm actually, I pulled my cards out. I'll use tarot once in a while to kind of give me some guidance or a visual validation of things for you. And let me ask just really quick, because I never doubt what I see or hear or feel. And the beginning of my show here, I kept seeing the number 26. So 26. Do you connect with that personally?
Um, 26.
It can be, yeah, this will be, the age of 26, the 26th of the month.
In my brain, I'm still 25 years old.
I love it. I'm the same way, my friend. Me too. You ask me how old I am, and I say, I don't know, I forgot.
Yeah.
I'm 25. Let's keep it that way. Oh my gosh, I love it. Well, I always trust the numbers, and 26 did not necessarily connect with the last caller. So it could be I do an event tonight. I do free readings after this on my personal page. And so it could be that. But 26 will be, like February 6th. It's something that had happened at the age of 26. So think about it. If it resonates, let me know. But in the meantime, let me kind of see what I'm picking up on for you. I have to say, I always listen to, to the messages, to my intuition, to my psyche, my spirit guides. And you have such this very, how do I put this? Very unconditional love that comes from you. It's very refreshing. I'll tell you that. It's really nice to see and feel. You do. So I thought, I'm going to pull a couple cards, and I'm going to use that number 26 as my first card. I thought, where do I want to head with your reading? And so ironically, if you want to say, I don't know if I believe in irony, but you pulled the Lover's card, my friend. So, but the Lover's card doesn't really necessarily have to be about, intimate relationships. This can be, the love for yourself or others. So the first thing I'm really drawn to with you, and the first direction I'm going with is, I'm going to tell you this. This really has to do. Oh my goodness. Okay, I keep saying. Do you have siblings? Do you have siblings, Hen?
I do. I have 3 brothers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I took it out of my head because I keep seeing 3. What's the number 3? And just to kind of confirm so others don't think that I just said 3 because you did, but one of your cards, I'll show it on my thing, is the 3 of Pentacles. And so you already pulled a card with the number 3, which is a beautiful validation. Now, Pentacles is something of value to you. So that can be your relationship with your brothers, and Pentacle can be something tangible like, your food and clothing and water. So, and this really validates some things I'm picking up with you. And when I see going that direction with your family, you being the only girl, correct? You are the only girl. Yes. Okay. Oh, who's the father that has passed? The father figure, father energy that has passed. Grandfather?
Father energy that passed. Well, I don't have a connection with my dad.
Okay, you don't have a connection with dad. Is that what I heard, right?
No. Yep.
Okay. Okay, that would make sense. Just because I feel that when I'm connecting with the distance, if you will, with dad, it felt very far. So this is always my sign that there's a disconnect emotionally, relationship wise, or dad lives in another state, another country. This can also mean dad has passed. So I'm going along those lines of really connecting with you and really finding some healing and closure when it comes to dad. That's really, the strong feeling I'm getting. I keep seeing the number 9. I'm very number based, by the way. September the 9th of the month, 9 years ago. This is a very strong number for you. Do you connect with that?
And I think that's when my family split up.
That's about the time the family had split up. Is that correct?
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Okay. I got you, my friend. Okay. So you kind of see how it's all kind of meshing, right, and coming together, and the journey that you're on, with the separation of the family and where that's sitting. I Do you connect with the name Charles?
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
No,
Okay.
I don't know no Charles.
Okay. Keep that name in mind because when I hear names, there's always a reason. Now, this could be if you're with some others, this could be a connection with who's with you. But I very, very distinctively heard the name Charles or called Chuck, by short. So just keep that in the back of your mind. But here in the next about 3 weeks, so we're right about February. I want you to pay attention. I feel like that there's going to be um, I wouldn't say like a reunion, but a connection with either one of your brothers or, one of the members of your family that you have kind of split from. Um, so just be, in that sense, be aware, be prepared, but be very, I feel in the sense, which I already feel like you are. That, remember I said in the beginning, there's a reason why I said that, is that unconditional love and just unconditionally, being there for them. Doesn't mean that you have to agree with their choices or, their life, but I do feel that one of them is really drawn to you and needing you at the moment. So keep that in mind, okay?
Yeah.
And I do feel that direction. But I love the great energy that you put out into the universe. I love your your way of looking at things. That unconditional love is ultimately going to be so put out there in the universe and coming back to you twice as much. So keep being you, my friend. Keep being you. You are welcome. Well, I got about 30 seconds, but
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Pat
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie with Psychic Pass, which is right there. And I'm here to do a really good reading. So I hope that I can get a caller. If you haven't called in to A1R Psychic Radio and you have a question, please call in. We're here all evening, and I'm sure that you will get an amazing reading. So I am Suzanne, and I am a clairvoyant and a medium. So I see past, present, and future. And I also have my own website, and it's psychicpass.com. And you can find me in the information when this video is over. So, yeah, hi, welcome to January, and welcome to Mercury retrograde was going on, and we have a few more days of that. And we're still reeling from the Cancer full moon, and it's been tears, and it's just been energetically. I just feel like there's been a whole lot of energy out there that it feels kind of stymie. It can stymie a person if you're sensitive. Um, so yes, so one of the things that I'd like to bring up is when you are sensitive and when you are an empath, it's very, very important to not take on other people's feelings um, and other people's illnesses even. You could walk through a store and pick someone's headache up and they'll be fine, but you have the headache. So if you are a sensitive, intuitive empath, I would urge you to find ways, and that's in Google, and you can see clairvoyance somewhere. But it's very important to protect your own energy and your own health and your own well-being. You know that old saying, "Oh, Trish from Tennessee. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. How are you tonight? I'm doing good.
I'm doing good.
Good. Um, so what can I help with tonight?
Um, I'm just having a sense of a loss of direction. I've got some problems going on where I live, and I just wanted to know what you see for me in the future with my living arrangement.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me see what Spirit says.
Okay, I appreciate you.
So, Spirit says that it's been going on for a while. Um, this feeling of uneasiness where you live. Um, and that may not be where you are right now, but it's been going on for a while as far as shelter or housing.
You're absolutely correct.
And Spirit is saying that it's not been all your fault. In fact, life has been kind of unfair when it comes to housing.
Right?
But I also need to say that before I get emails, that if you feel like the world is being unfair, it's generally a good way of learning, of saying what have I learned from this? You know what I
Right.
mean? And instead of going into the negative. So I just had to say that.
Well, I go to court on Monday for this. Do you have any idea what you feel about that? If you can, I don't know.
I'm looking. Okay, so Spirit is saying not to go in there defensive
Okay.
and angry,
Okay.
because if you do, you're going to get that energy back.
I gotcha.
Um, hey, is this with chaos? Because I feel chaos.
Absolutely.
It feels like not one issue.
You're right. It's more than one.
That's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
If you can go in um undefensive and unangry and just very respectful, I feel like it will end in your favor.
Okay.
I think
Great.
the other person or the versus whoever it
Right.
is going to get angry. And so I
Okay.
don't want you to be angry. I want you to be very respectful and keep your anger for somewhere else, because
Okay.
that's
I
what
can do
that's
that.
what's going to that's what's going to make you look good.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Um
bless you.
it may not be 100% for you, but it's going to be a lot worse if everyone is angry and
I
everyone
gotcha.
is escalated. So that's what I'm
Okay.
getting from spirit. And also your vibration is low, and your vibration being low is attracting other people to
Right.
being low. I don't know if it's depression or anxiety. um there feels a real lull emotionally from you. Is that true? Are you
Yes,
feeling
ma'am.
okay? That's what you're attracting. So
Okay.
if you can try to do affirmations, like every morning, just
Okay.
say, Thank you, God, for today and all the things you will do
Okay.
for me today."
I can do
Hold
that.
on sakes, my throat. um I feel like you will start raising your vibration.
Okay.
um we need to move that because it can be moved. You're
Okay.
you're going through an awful lot, and I understand your feelings, but I don't want you stuck there, and I don't want you to take the effect of other people with that same um sadness and hopelessness. You
Okay.
you have a good future. You have a
Mhm.
future with energy and productivity and purpose. And I'm
That's
being
great.
that I'm the psychic, I'm going to tell you. So all the sadness has got to move out of the way in order for the good things to come through to you, because they are waiting
Okay.
for you. You
Well,
just have to do a step at a time. Thank you for the stay and everything good that's going to happen. That's one
okay.
step into to making it your possibility, okay?
Okay.
um and this housing thing too, you know um think positive about it, because I believe
Okay.
that you will find yourself in a very good situation. And I feel like in about 3 months you should be
Okay.
settled somewhere with good people around you. um but then
What do you
again,
think
I
when I
need
say
to I
North Carolina?
yeah, two people there, because I see
Yep.
two connections. Okay, I
I sure
feel
do. One's
very good
family and
about
one.
it.
Great.
I feel very good about it. You
Okay,
just have
great.
to keep the faith so that it works in your favor, okay?
Okay, I sure will. I feel better
All
already.
right. That's a good thing. That's a good thing because what you put your mind on is exactly
Right?
what you attract.
Okay,
And so,
I believe that.
um, good things are coming your way.
Okay, I appreciate you, Susan.
Thank you so much for calling and allowing me to share with you tonight.
Oh, I appreciate you more than you can imagine.
All right. You have a good night.
You too, sweetheart. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for listening and calling in and supporting A1R and myself. I'm available for private readings online, in person, or on the phone. So just check out my website, Psychic Pass, and shoot me an email and ask me any questions about my work and the things that I do clairvoyantly. So, once again, thank you for listening. Thank you to all my supporters. And thank you for listening and sharing me. All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Cowtown Medium with Kathleen Hart. Kathleen Hart. Live from KathleenHart.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Cowtown Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Hart. I'm so happy you could join me here tonight. I'd like to talk to you a little bit tonight about living on purpose. This is setting goals. This is choosing the outcome before it happens. Many people don't plan to fail, but they fail to plan. And in doing so, they have not set their intentions to succeed. They have not told the universe what it is they really want. That's the secret to getting there, is decide the outcome and commit to it. Start planning accordingly. Set your intentions. Be very specific. Ask the universe for what you want. Tell the universe what you're expecting and start working towards that goal. Be very clear on what it is you want and leave the how up to the universe. Expect a miracle and let it unfold. If you're looking for a new job, describe what kind of job you want, what kind of salary you're looking for, the location you want to work, the hours you want to work. Just be as specific about what it is you want as you can. Write it down. Think about it every day. Meditate on it. Talk about it. Give thanks for it as though it has already happened. And just keep going. Keep expecting it to happen. If it takes longer than you originally thought it would, don't give up. Just keep going. One step at a time. Every day brings you closer to it. Think positive thoughts. Talk about what you want and don't give up. That's the most important thing. Just keep going. Keep thinking positive. It will happen. Do we have a caller tonight, Dave? Okay. Quick one card reading while we're waiting. Vast vistas. Expect a miracle and expand your horizons. That's a good place to start. I see we have a caller. Francie, can I help you tonight? Okay. Looks like we're having a little technical difficulty. It's a new year. It's a new cycle. Time to start some new things. Adjust your attitude. Think more positive thoughts and be firm in your choices. Be specific about what you want. That way you not only tell the universe what you're expecting, you program yourself to look for it. All right. Now, I think we do have our caller. Hi there. How can I help you
I'm
tonight?
here.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great.
I just have general questions.
Mhm.
Who is with me and what do I need to know right now? What can I expect?
Who's with you? I feel like you are surrounded by family on the other side and spirit guides and guardian angels. We all have them. They are ready to support you in your new endeavor. Are you planning on doing something different than you've done? Making a big change?
I am planning on making a big change.
Perhaps involving a move, relocating.
Hopefully.
I feel like this is a good direction to go. Fresh scenery, new
I'm
surroundings, and meeting new people. And change of job, maybe a complete change of career, doing something totally different than what you've been doing.
Right. Well, actually, I'm retired.
Okay. I'm hearing, look for something you love to do. If you're doing something you love, it doesn't feel like work. Something where you're going to be interacting with people, a lot of people, either something customer facing or, yeah, so I'm hearing something like public relations, public facing, something where you're going to be working with new people almost every day. I feel like this is going to be something very refreshing for you. Something engaging that will hold your interest. It'll motivate you to do more every day, do different things, and look at life from the perspective of others. Does this make sense to you?
Perspective of others. Can you, well, that part I didn't understand. I'm not getting that part, but maybe you can elaborate on that a little more.
I
Get
feel like
other
this
people's
is
opinions on what I should do. Is that what you're saying?
no, this is something you're going to be doing with others and for others.
Okay.
It'll be very healing for you, help you release some old things and replace them with new feelings, new aspirations, some new dreams. Perhaps you're going to be, I keep hearing helping others, motivating others. Opening yourself up to share with others.
Okay.
It's going to seem like slow going at first, so take your time. Don't rush into anything, but I keep hearing helping others, but they're not telling me how. Have you worked with charitable organizations in the past, perhaps?
I have.
Or volunteer work?
Years ago.
Okay.
I did.
I feel like
Will it be related to that?
If that's something you find rewarding, then look for something in that area, because I feel like that's where you're going to be the happiest, is when you are helping others, especially if you're helping others solve their problems and heal themselves in some way. You get that for yourself as well. It's very rewarding work. Perhaps, let's see. I keep hearing helping others, public relations, and I'm not sure why I hear counseling others. Perhaps helping a counselor, or is this perhaps something you've done before?
Yeah, that actually makes total sense because, you know, I am set that I can pivot to whichever direction I want, hopefully here very soon. I was hoping you could tell me anything about any money coming my way, but excuse me. A combination of both things, helping people and counseling, is kind of one of my areas that I could go in. However, I just don't have what it takes to do these things. But I figure if it's meant to be, then, spirit will send the people my way. So it's
Yes.
just funny that you're picking that up. I appreciate that.
If you feel motivated to do that, you feel drawn to it, you think you would be happy doing that kind of work, and you set your
I think I would.
intentions, right, if you set your intentions for the opportunity to find you, then if you are actively looking for it, those opportunities will start to pop up. I feel like
Right.
there is something out there that will meet your expectations once you decide what they are. Does that make sense? Good, good.
Mhm.
Um,
The
'cause I
only thing is,
definitely feel like
it's the money
working with
aspect.
people is your
So,
forte.
I'm sorry?
I feel like working with people is your forte. That is
Oh,
where you're going to find the
absolutely.
greatest joy. Yeah.
Yep. My thing would take money, so that's why I wondered if you saw anything regarding any money coming my way.
Set your intention on what about how much money you need coming in to meet your needs and be comfortable to live the lifestyle you're
Mhm.
looking for. And if you include that with all the intentions for what kind of work you want to do, where you want to do it, if you want to work remotely or in a particular city or a particular state, put that out there and expect to hear back. Expect a miracle and start looking for it. Start checking the
Mhm.
job boards. I recommend using LinkedIn. Are you familiar with LinkedIn.com?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Get active on there.
Right.
That's
But,
a great place to
right.
start.
Right.
Well, I've got
Right.
good feelings about this. I think it's going to work out well for you. Just be very clear on your intentions and what it is you really want. I want to wish you good luck
Okay.
and a great new year. I think it's going to be great. Take care. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's a good message for everybody else is be clear on your intentions. Decide what you want and go for it. Don't hold back. Pursue your passion, and best of luck to you. Best wishes. Have a great new year. Good night, everybody. Thanks.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I-L-Y-O-N-S, Perry Lyons, that's me. And this is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I am a psychic medium, although over the holidays, I ate so much that I'm edging toward being a psychic large. But I'm so looking forward to hearing from you. Please do call in. I have a verifiable 85% accuracy rate and above, but I like to just put that little extra in to make me look better and give me a little wiggle room. So I'm sitting here waiting by the phone, waiting for your call, and call with your most deepest and least grammatical, questions. And I'm here for you. I occasionally do mediumship work, but on air, it's very tiring. So it's kind of easier if you can just ask a psychic question, but I'm open to both tonight. And what else? We got a new moon coming up in Aquarius, which is very lucky for all of us because Jupiter's in Aquarius. I might be wrong about that. I should probably look that up before the show went on. Anyway, but the new moon in Aquarius on the 24th is a great time to put your intentions into the universal ether. It really is. New moon is a great time to just state your intentions out loud, like you already have them. I have a Rolls Royce. Feel free to send me one. And I've got a fairy in my hair tonight for those of you who are watching at home or watching at a friend's house or just plain watching. See that? I got a little fairy. That's because my first name means fairy. And the first time I looked my name up, it said I meant fallen angel. I was a little taken aback by that. I'm like, Mom, Dad, what did you look at me and say? Oh, she's so cute. What does she look like? She looks like a little baby slut. No, fallen angel is not the right definition though. A fairy or graceful being. Fairy, if you've ever seen me trip over a dust moat as I'm trying to cross a room, you know the graceful is maybe the first word that springs to mind. But anyway, I'm babbling because it's fun. I'm going to draw the three cards I do for the psychic weather, which is a phrase I invented and everybody else is stealing. So what the hell? I've been doing this for 5 years now. I'm very, very grateful to Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and my producers, Dave and Constance Solomon, and to all of you guys. It has been so fun so far, and it's only getting better, baby. Okay, we got Stephanie in Texas City, Texas. Hi, Stephanie. Give me 3 minutes. I just want to do the psychic weather, the tarot weather for the week. While you're waiting, Stephanie, what I'm going to ask you to do is breathe in deeply. And as you breathe out, I'm going to ask you to do this 3 times. Breathe out like this, like you're blowing out a birthday candle. You might sound like a whoopee cushion, but don't worry about that. That's to get you into a very relaxed state, which makes it easier for me to jump in and rummage around in the sock drawer of your psyche. Okay, darling, I'll be right back. I'm just going to do the psychic weather for the week. This is the tarot weather for the week. And I'm going to be drawing 3 cards. Excuse me, 1 second. This is water. Joke. And for all of you watching me for a long time and know that I usually keep my tarot cards in a big battered cardboard box, I just got something new. Woohoo! Kate Spade tote bag. Okay, so I'm going to draw 3 cards. This will be the beginning, starting today for the week coming up. Going to be the beginning, middle, and end of the week. So what's the first card? Oh, and the first card is the 2 of Wands. This can often mean that you're sort of in the beginning of something. This might be at that stage where you're dating somebody and you're sort of dreaming of each other, but you haven't made any kind of commitment yet. So boys, get on that, or girls, or other. If you're a gender fluid or whatever gender you identify as, we're very LGBTQ friendly at this show, in this show, on this show, whatever. So the beginning of the week is going to see you might have started a project or a relationship, which is in that stage of like, where's this going? And what I suggest is just go where your intuition takes you. Go in the direction of pleasure, whatever lights you up, whatever, even if it sounds crazy as you're thinking of it, just go ahead and do, not too crazy. Don't wear a giant chicken suit and dance around doing the polka, unless, but enough about my personal life. But I would really follow your intuition in this week, especially with the new moon in Aquarius on the 24th. Aquarius is about innovation, about thinking outside any box, thinking so far out of the box you can't even see the box. And so it's a really good time. You're working towards something. I strongly believe it's going to work out. I just love doing that. Oh boy. Okay. Next one is, this is somebody for me, a lot of readers read this differently, but over the 15 years, 20 years, I started when I was 10. Over the years I've been doing this, what I found out is this card means 2 things. First of all, it's overcoming a fear of success to be successful. It also means strategic planning. So there's something this week where if you think ahead, you're going to succeed. What this guy is doing, if you can see the card, if you can see the card, what he's doing is he snuck into the enemy camp. Apparently there was going to be a big battle the next day, but he snuck into the enemy camp the night before and he's stolen all their swords. So no bloodshed tomorrow, and P.S. got a lot of nice new swords. So it's about if you plan ahead for some sort of maybe stressful or important situation that's coming up for you, think strategically, know you can win, and P.S. a lot of nice new swords. Okay. Third one is, and Stephanie, thank you for waiting. Oh, that's kind of cool. I almost put it back, but I don't put cards back because I have integrity. Of course, if I have integrity, it probably belonged to somebody else to begin with. Joke. This is the Fool card. As we all know, the Fool is the poor sap who everything in the tarot happens to. He's the 0 card. He's the beginning and end of the tarot. And what this actually means, all joking aside, is that you're starting a new journey of some kind. You're taking a step up in frequency. You're taking a step up in your life. And sometime toward the end of this week, which is 6 or 7 days from today, you are going to be starting something that's going to be wonderful. What we strongly, I don't know why I'm talking about myself in the plural, what I strongly advise, maybe because I'm royalty. I actually am related to Marie Antoinette. I'm her 6th cousin, 12 times removed. It's true. But who cares? And look what happened to her. So what this card says is that you're going to be beginning something. You might be embarking on a new relationship, taking a new job, but have some faith. This card is usually depicted as somebody stepping off a cliff while his little dog is jumping up and down beside him, which can either mean the dog is saying, don't do that, but don't listen to your doubts, just do that. What it actually means, the dog is his intuition. And as he's stepping off the cliff, like Harrison Ford, no, is it Harrison Ford? Yeah. In Temple of Doom, as he's stepping onto what's the part where he's stepping, it's like he's stepping into an abyss, but Kate Capshaw is saying, just take the step and the bridge will come. So if you take the step, the bridge will come. By which I mean, have some faith, take a leap of faith, trust yourself, because you are the only one of you that has ever happened in the entire universe ever. And how cool is that? So you're obviously the best one of those. Woo! Thank you. That's our week. So it starts off with, you're thinking about, you're into a project or a relationship. It hasn't gotten to the culmination stage. That's fine. Just enjoy the ride. The second part is plan strategically for success. A lot of nice new swords. And the third one is, I just forgot that. Oh, the Fool. Speaking of fools, the Fool card is you're starting a whole new journey. Enjoy it and take that leap of faith. Stephanie, I hope you're still there and that you've been doing that beautiful magic breathing I just taught you. Hi, baby. How are you? Stephanie, I know you're there. I can hear you breathing.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, my love. Hi, sweetie. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So first, I like to connect with people by having them tell me what their birthday is. Do you mind doing that?
The year too, or just the month?
Not if you don't want to, honey. Don't ask, don't tell. Just the day
Fine.
of date is fine. I won't tell me
It's
mine.
August
You won't tell
2nd
me yours.
of 84. So.
August what?
2nd.
Oh, 2nd. Oh, you little Leo. Oh, my favorites. You know what? I was talking with a friend yesterday about, she's an astrologer, Madeline Aslan. She's very good. But we were talking about how everybody wants to be a Leo because you guys are the coolest. And I decided I'd start a sign reassignment clinic in Costa Rica where you can fly and surgically we change your sign surgically. And I wouldn't want to be a Leo. I'm a Pisces. Okay, my love. What is your question? Because it feels like you have a very specific question at the top of your mind. Might be about a relationship. Might not.
Well, it's kind of two, so I'm trying to figure which one. Because my husband just passed last month, so I'm kind of like what the cards are saying. Whereas, like, I have 2 kids, so in a bad situation. So the whole journey thing, I'm going out on my own after 10 years with him. So.
Oh, sweetheart.
It's kind of
just
like, is
take
he
a moment.
there?
I just want to take. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so we're going to do 2 things. I'm going to do a little mediumship work if you want. I don't have to, but I will pull some cards. I will pull some cards and, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine, but oh God, I just want you to know that grief is, I lost somebody very precious to me recently, and I'm finding out that grief is its own animal. And be very gentle with yourself for the next year. Okay. Be very compassionate. Treat yourself like you would a friend who's maybe sick. It's very hard. And I know with 2 kids, are they 6 and 8?
No, 7 and 15.
I'm sorry?
7 and 15.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, 6 and 7, I'm going to claim that one. The 15, wow, that's a lot of energy for you to be dealing with for other people. Try and take some time for yourself. Okay.
A lot of meditating.
Okay. Tell me his first. Oh, I'm so glad you're meditating. That's the best thing you can do right now. And I'll say prayer of any kind, even if it's just like, dear whoever's there. But it really does work. And I used to be an agnostic, and that has changed. But about you, do you mind telling me his first name?
Billy.
Oh, sweetheart, what a great name. Oh, he's a pumpkin. Oh, he's so happy he can communicate. He's, first of all, I realize, okay, just so you know, what people say, he hasn't quite processed this either. Do you mind if I ask, was it sudden?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting. He's so sorry. I know it wasn't his fault, but he just feels really guilty because he's he's so with you. He's also with his mom, who is devastated. Do you know it? I mean, are you and his mom in touch?
We don't have the best relationship, but I know that it's been really hard on her.
Oh, it's been really hard for her. If you can, I know you don't, but she's a very young soul and you're a very old soul. And I think you guys, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think you guys could comfort each other a lot. But you're very different personalities. Woo! Okay, let me get back to him because he's so happy to be here. I'm I'm sorry. I'm normally very good at getting kids, but I'm a little emotional right now. Feels like is it the boy who's 15?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Sorry about that. Um,
Okay.
the girl is 15.
Mhm.
Yeah, pretty much what's left over. I'm sorry, I can't get right now if it's a boy or a girl. I'm usually good at this, but everybody has their nights. The other one, they're both really affected, but the one of them isn't talking about it. So you might want to go into if you there's free grief counseling available in your neck of the woods. Just so you know, you can find it if you Google it. Might not be a bad idea. Although my grief counselor kind of sucked, so you never know. But I think you can find. I'm sorry. All she said was like, "Embrace the suck." I'm like, really, really? That's what you're telling me? I'm like, that's all I do, honey. Can we move on? But sorry, Beck. First, oh, I love him. He's very all-American looking. Is he very fresh-faced? You know what I'm saying? I just love him. No, he's not.
He has a lot of energy.
Yeah, he does. I don't know. He's like a big. I guess what I'm getting is he's got like he's like a big kid in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
He's very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And he was very positive. I don't know. He just adored you. Now, one thing he's telling me that he regrets is sometimes he would sort of retreat into himself if you guys had a fight or something, and he. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. This is hard. He wants to tell you that he was always on your side, and he is really sorry. He was so scared of losing you that sometimes he behaved like a little cooler than he felt. Is this making sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't think that he was enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he would sometimes try and play games out of insecurity, but man, you were the love of his life. End of. He was also sometimes he could get kind of irrationally jealous of people you dated before. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. He's really sorry about that because also he says that sorry, give me a second. What's the he says you're the best mom ever, and he didn't tell you often enough how proud he is of you. God damn it, I don't want to cry. Excuse my language. Sorry.
Hear me? I'm crying right now.
What's the younger one's first name?
Our son is Jackson.
You have two sons?
No.
Oh, I was kidding. The younger one is a girl. So that's why I was asking. What's the 7-year-old's name? 8-year-old, whatever.
Jackson. Yeah, he's Jackson.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Right. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Jackson is taking this hard. He doesn't even know he's taking it hard, but he's taking it hard. He's a very sensitive, you have some great kids there. He's a very sensitive little boy, but but he's also like a little man. You know how you see those little boys and they're like little men and it's just the cutest thing ever? Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's trying not to cry and he's trying not to, he wants to take care of you, which is just killing me because it's so cute. What a good, and your girl is amazing. Wow, she's really pretty too. She looks like you. I can't see, but I can see with the eye of my heart. What? Yeah.
Everyone says she's my twin.
Yeah, she is your twin. Oh, I love that. You're both so pretty. You both have especially beautiful eyes. Okay, I'm gonna very quickly. Yeah. Right. You're welcome. But I can say, oh God, they're amazing color. You have amazing color eyes. I can't tell if they're hazel or blue. By hazel, I mean that sort of. Are they green or blue? Your eyes? Now my guides are saying brown. But guys, will you stop messing with me? Sorry. What color are your eyes?
Well, mine are kind of gray. They change colors to blue and green and gray.
Yeah, they're blue, gray, and green. Yeah,
Mm.
I have that too. You've got ocean eyes. Love that. Okay, you're gonna be okay. That's the first thing I want to tell you. And what I want you to tell yourself is not only are you going to be okay, you're going to thrive. I know it's really hard. Not only that, right now, five of diamonds, you're worried about stuff financially. There's much
Yes.
more available to you than you know. Also, but the Hanged Man card says you are going to take this challenge in stride. You are so much stronger than you know right now and than you can feel right now. But the thing is, here's the card I got that just makes me happy. What the heck did I just do with it? Oh, great. I just dropped it. It's the Chariot card. Just trust me on this. The Chariot card. Oh, there it is. Chariot card is the card of winning in a difficult situation. You're going to have to be mother and father, which is what the two sphinxes pulling this chariot are. You're also either going to start your own side business or start your own business. You've never really thought of yourself as a terrific businesswoman. I am here to tell you, girl, you are. The thing is that you're very sensitive to Jackson gets it from somewhere, baby. You can ask Billy for help too. They help us. They really do. My dad helped me like crazy after he passed, just because I asked. They can't volunteer. There's some sort of rule about that, but you can ask Billy to help you. And just take your ideas seriously. Just write them down for now. Have a little book in which you write down 10 ideas a day. And what I'm going to say is you're going to make it through this. Eventually, you're going to remarry, but I can't even think about that now. But you are going to find a terrific man is going to come towards you. Not right yet. I know you're in grief. Be gentle with yourself. Your kids love you. Billy loves you. And there's a pet name that he has for you it's not Pumpkin. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what it is, but oh God, is it cute? No, it's not Puppy. I give up. What's the pet name he has? What?
Pookie.
Oh, thank you. That's Pumpkin. I knew it began with a P. I'm sorry.
Could have known that.
Yeah. Well, I'm good at this is my job, baby, and I'm good at my job. And you know what? I'm just sending you so much love. And I do free readings for people who've lost a spouse or a child. You can contact me at Perry Lyons. I mean, I do them for people on my show who've done that. So contact me at Perry Lyons. That's P as in pneumonia, E-R-I, like periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons. I'm on Facebook. Just go to Perry Lyons or perrylyons@gmail. Contact me. I'm going to give you a free reading. Okay, we got 5 minutes. I'm going to go to my next guest, but I'm sending you love and support, and you're going to be okay. Just know that. Please know that. God's got your back, baby. Mwah. Just huge hug. And you're so great. Thank you. Thank you. I get the most amazing people calling in this show. Is the nice person who was on the line before still there, baby? You still there, Pumpkin?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi, Katie. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
All right, we're going to talk really fast because I'm a New Yorker and we don't have that much time. And you're a very deep girl, aren't you? When's your birthday?
What was that?
When is your birthday, my angel? That's how I connect to people. Just tell me the day and date you were born. Like
April 16th.
Oh, April 16th? Oh, wow. That's my best friend's birthday and my, one of my best friends and my ex-fiance's birthday. But I still love you. And that's the day the New York article about me came out. So this is my favorite day in the world. We love Aries in the show. Oh, so tell me your question. You've been a little depressed lately. Let me cheer you up because you got some good stuff coming. Talk to me, baby. What's your question?
I don't know. There's a lot that's been going on. And
yes, there is.
I just don't really know which way to go.
Okay, take it. First of all, did you hear the deep breathing thing that I taught the other woman before, where you breathe really deeply and then you let the breath out like this, like you're blowing out a birthday candle? When you start to feel overwhelmed, which is your main problem right now, I'm going to get to the fortune telling part in 1 second. I want you to do that breath 3 times, every time you feel overwhelmed. And remember, how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. And you're right. You've got stuff going on financially, relationship-wise, family-wise. It's a lot, but you're going to get through it because, darling, you've never met a challenge you couldn't overcome. If you look at the evidence from your past, you'll see that everything you thought was going to kill you just made you stronger. So I'm going to tell you that right now. And let me pull some cards for you. What I'm getting for you here is, oh, honey, these are great cards. But yeah, right now it's a little tough. You're a little lonely. You feel like nobody's supporting you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's really hard. And it feels like some form of payment or something that you were getting has suddenly stopped or maybe is in danger. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Here's what's going to come up for you. Are you invited? If you're invited to a bridal shower, baby shower, or a wedding in the next 3 months, go. Something's going to happen there that's really going to change your life. Also, what they want you to know is this year, this is the earned happiness card. So just before I get to the specifics, I want to tell you that there's a happy ending happening for you by, I want to say June, October at the latest. This card is earned happiness and it's sudden happiness. You're a really good person. You take care of everybody else. It's time to start taking care of you. I think I would look for a different job if I were you. Don't quit the one you have, but you'd be really good. You might even want to learn a trade if you want to go to something like beauty school. I don't know what you're doing right now, but you're really good with people. How many kids do you have?
I have 4 kids, and then I lost 2.
I got 3. Sorry. Oh my
yeah,
God.
3 live with me.
So sorry.
But my oldest lives with her dad.
Oh my God. Well, she really is with her dad, and they're both waving. I only have 2 minutes, but I want you to know that they're both with you. You gave her a beautiful name too. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, honey, you've already been through. You're going to be okay though. You've gotten through that, and you know they're with you. I've got 60 seconds. What I'm going to tell you right now is you're going to meet somebody else. I don't know if you're in a relationship, but if you are, it's not the right one for you. Somebody's not telling you the truth. This card, although it's upside down, actually means that you can act on your dreams right now. If you have a dream of doing something, there's a lot of angelic support around for you to do that. Right side up, it means like you're dreaming and you're just going to dream. Upside down, it means take action. Just take one action, my angel. One action in any direction, because you're so paralyzed right now, and who could blame you? You're such a good person. And you're really deep, and you're really talented. And also, I'm going to tell you, you've got a beautiful face. You're so hard on yourself. Darling, forgive yourself for everything that's happened to you. Forgive yourself. It wasn't your fault. Forgive yourself and move on, because you have really great stuff waiting for you. And I'm not just saying that. Ask anybody. I don't just say stuff. Okay, what I'd like you to do is think about learning a trade that you can use. There are scholarships available for things like beauty school. You could make a lot of money doing that. You're a very talented woman. I'm very grateful you called. Contact me, because I didn't have enough time for you, at Perry Lyons on Facebook. Just send me an email. I'll get back to you probably within a week. I'll give you 15 minutes, okay? You're going to be okay. I promise. My heart to yours. And you're in my prayers, and you're in my Buddhist chanting. Both.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I'm your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. So glad to be here with you tonight. Thank you for joining me. I hope everyone's light is shining bright tonight. I hope everyone worked on that this week. If you've been listening to me the last couple of weeks, that's our theme for the whole year, how we can make our light big and bright and shiny. And so I'm going to actually start with a card pull tonight because I got this brand new deck and I'm just in love with it. It is by Lucy Cavendish, and Dan May is the one that does the artwork. And he is the one who does like the little, they're like kind of like little monsters, but they're like wood creatures, but they're amazing. And the deck is called Into the Lonely Woods. Whoops, I always do this. Sorry. Into the Lonely Woods, Blessings and Messages for Times of Solitude and Isolation. So if you can't see at home, it has the little monster. I am terrible at doing this, but okay. If you can see it now, there we go. So, you know, the title sounds kind of sad, like Lonely Woods and Solitude and Isolation, but the deck is actually just kind of the opposite of that, right? Most of us don't sit with ourselves or sit with our soul and just kind of talk to it. But solitude and isolation can be really good. It can be a good thing. When we sit and contemplate what's going on in our life or going on with our heart space or our light, it can just be really freeing. So sitting alone in isolation, we can connect with our light, right? Within our heart space, the one that we're trying to make shinier and brighter, and just kind of acknowledge ourselves for the human beings that we are. And just notice things like, you know, I like that I'm really giving and that I'm caring and I care for others, but, you know, maybe I give too much of myself away, right? Maybe I need to keep some of that for myself. Maybe that is something we can think about doing things like running or swimming or meditation, and just really connect with that light within our heart space. Let's see. So I chose a card and it's called Your Inner Light Will Guide You. There we go. And for those of you that can't see it, it has this beautiful little woodland creature on it, and he's holding a torch with a light at the end of it. And he looks like he's walking through the lonely woods, right? So, you know, this card to me means that you light your own torch, that inner light within you, right? And the light within your heart will give you your greatest guidance. And then once you light your light, you'll inspire other people to light their light and, you know, connect with the radiance in their soul. So it's almost like it's contagious. So you light your light and it is contagious and everybody else becomes bigger and brighter. So again, I love this deck. I love it. I'm so excited. I also wanted to real quick talk about a question that someone asked me last week, and it kind of has to do with the class I'm offering, but it's about intuition and psychic abilities. How much does intuition play into your psychic abilities? And, I think a lot. We all have intuition. All of us can be psychics, but we all have intuition. We have mother intuition or father intuition. We always know when our daughter's dating the wrong guy, right? Or, that gut feeling that you get when something is really exciting or maybe not so exciting. It's that kind of feeling, that just that gut feeling, that kind of gives you that spidey sense. So it's just kind of figuring out what your superpower is and then learning to grow it. So like if you were going to run a marathon, right? Which is actually something I know nothing about, but let's just pretend you're going to run a marathon. And that takes practice, right? You have to build up your stamina. Same thing with your intuition in order for it to help support your psychic abilities, right? The class that I'm actually teaching this weekend is on Sunday, January 22nd, and it's called Integrating Your Intuition into Your Daily Life. It's from 10 to 12 PST time, and you can find it on Eventbrite or on my webpage, Medium Kelly Kristen. And it's for everybody, beginner to advanced. It doesn't matter because we all need to practice. I'd love for you to come. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if that sounds interesting to you and you'd like to learn a little bit more of how you can, work on your intuition, then join me, right? I'm just going to leave that with you. And you can do what sounds good to you. So to answer that question, I feel like intuition has everything to do with your psychic abilities, right? It really helps to support it. And I have a caller, and I'm so sorry, but I missed your name. Do you mind telling me your name? Oh, Leocadia. Hi, how are you?
Yes. Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I'm well. I'm into all of this. I'm growing myself in the spiritual development realm. I'm in a course actually as we speak, and then I got the message after taking all these leads. Hey, you get this free reading, and I did not even expect it. So
you know what?
I'm going to be on the radio because this is.
Isn't that funny how that works? How I'm just talking about that class and then who is on the line? It's you. That's perfect.
Yeah. And I'm on like a wellness holistic approach type of path, and feel like this is part of my calling, and to help people and empower people in this type of thing too, to help them reverse illness within themselves and empower them and help them through life challenges. So myself, but I'm also know during that process, you got to heal yourself first, and it's a journey that does not
absolutely.
Yeah, and so I lost my mom back in November, and I also been receiving like these repeating patterns of different things, and just with different people, places, and things and situations that I go back to because I have such an open heart, and I just I'm looking for guidance, on that, and if my mom's coming through, and if the person, because I'm also going through a divorce as well, and have a little person with me, and there was a person I was talking to, and we just pretty much are not connecting anymore. And I'm wondering if it's because I'm upgrading or whatever they say, downloading new different spiritual things, but it's like it's like that, and I'm I just looking for like to find out the direction and a lot of different stuff.
Right. So,
because
first of all,
getting through with my mom.
Of course, and I'm so sorry to hear that. First of all, it sounds like you're doing everything I was just talking about. It sounds like you're trying to grow your light and be shiny and bright, and then also connect with yourself to see how you can kind of feed your soul. And then let me ask you, did you first start noticing your like, kind of awakening when your mom passed, or was it before that?
It was before that. I have had a lot of loss in my life.
Okay.
And so I went on a journey by myself. Then after my dad, then I ended up looking for somebody to help me. Mm-hmm. Because I dimmed my light many different times, and I did not know what I was really getting. I didn't want a lot of people to know at that point. I was kind of like in the closet, and I would say it started, after my grandma.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of times it happens, right? When something traumatic, right, happens in our life. Mm-hmm. But I do feel for you that it's like been like supercharged, each time you've had this loss, which, is unfortunate for the loss, but your soul is really growing. And sometimes that is painful. And sometimes we have to leave people behind that don't feed our soul anymore, that don't kind of aren't on the same vibration that we are. And it doesn't have to be sad. Mm-hmm. It just means that we're all in our journey, a different place in our journey. So if you kind of look at it like that, and try to surround yourself with people who are in the same place that you are, right? That spiritually, because that's very uplifting. That helps to raise your vibrations. I also feel like your mom is on your spirit team, so she's like behind you 100%. And I does she come to you in dreams? Because I feel like she offers you guidance in some way. Would you understand that, or not yet?
So both my parents did the thing, and ever since I started this spiritual, I actually went in, took from a person, gave me an opportunity to work with me. I met them, and they are teaching me development.
Sweetheart, I'm so sorry, but we have like 30 seconds and I'm going to let you finish. But if we don't finish, I'd love for you to contact me at my email or on my website so I could talk to you more, because I'm so interested. I'm sorry?
Yes. No, I said I do see her in dreams.
Okay, perfect. But I still want to talk to you if you still want to continue the conversation. I just didn't want you to run out of time. So you can mediumkellykristen.com or info@mediumkellykristen.com. Please contact me. I'd love to talk to you. I'm so happy that you have your mom on your team, and I know you have more family on your team as well. Keep shining your light bright. You're doing a perfect job.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmel Ann. So you might have noticed we played a replay last week. So a huge thank you to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV for supporting us host in that way. I needed a mental health check day. So I don't know how everyone else is doing, but check in with yourself. If you need a break and you can find a way to take one, take it. I had what I call is a mental health check day. So I was feeling, I suppose, mentally and emotionally drained and physically exhausted. I guess the excitement of Christmas and New Year's and then that settling down and life sort of coming, at you and all the stress of that festive season over. So I basically took a few days off and revived myself. I relaxed, and a mental health check for me day is not a sick day or mental health struggles. It's just a day leading up to realizing, hey, I need a break. I'm going to have a me day and I'm going to do whatever I feel like. If it's reading a book or going for a walk or sitting down and watching TV all day, it's a me day. And so I realized that I needed to have a recuperation. I needed to recuperate on my resting. I needed rest days for my rest days because resting made me even more exhausted. But here I am today, and I'm wondering, if you're here, you're watching live, or you're watching a replay or a podcast or anything. Let us know if you are live. Give us some emojis or some reactions so we know you're here. We will be going into a caller as well today, so if you want to call through, our network will be able to respond to any comments or try and accept one caller for this session. So my mental health check day, it's so important. What do you guys do? How do you check in with yourself? So that is the question for today. And we have Susie. Hi, Susie. How are you?
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing today?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent.
I'm doing great.
That's good. Thank you for calling in today.
Absolutely.
Do you have a question you'd like to ask?
I think just something more general for what to look forward to for 2023.
Yep. So
I had a lot of changes in 2022, so just kind of where it's looking.
So do you want a comparison between 2022 and 2023, or you just want to skip over 2022 and look what's coming up this year?
Yeah, just what's coming up.
Okay. So let's take a deep breath, connect there.
I love your amethyst stone, by the way.
Thank you. You can see, yeah, I know. I'm very in love with
amethyst.
Got it from a beautiful a friend. So yeah, I've always wanted one, and it was a nice surprise. Thank you. So general reading for Susie, please. General reading, what's coming up for 2023, please. Okay. There we go. Okay. 2023. Okay. general reading of what's coming in 2023. Okay, how do we address what? Okay, advice and guidance. Advice and guidance. Okay, and an outcome card, please. All right, excellent. So, Susie, I usually do it in my on one-on-one Zoom readings or in person. When I was connecting with you, I feel there was the, if I heard clearly, 2022 was a struggle or challenges. I'm wondering if the residual effect of that is lingering on. There's like, I had some tension in my head, like my throat choking up. So thoughts, not being able to speak up, and, sometimes some worry and a little bit of nausea in the stomach. Is that anything that's happening to you?
That that I don't speak up a lot or speak my mind?
Yeah, like sometimes you hold back, not all the time, but there is an element of sometimes holding back when you should speak up and defend yourself.
I think sometimes.
Yeah, and it's not huge like I'm really choked up. It's just sometimes you're biting your tongue, or, as the saying goes, but, it's okay to speak up even in those times as well. So it's, this is your year. I think the outcome of this year is great. It's a good energy. It's not a hugely, oh my God, this is the best year of my life energy. It is more realistic and it's a good year. It's looking as no huge negativity, but no over the top positivity. So a real type of year. I think it's a good time to focus on your relationships, your friendships and romantic relationships, the way you connect with people, and also feeling comfortable. It's not about always taking in other people's emotions. It's about offloading what's going on for you. So whether you've got friends from your childhood or your past that you're really good friends with, or, rekindling that, also that element of rekindling that inner child in you, like letting go, having fun, feeling free to be emotionally vulnerable and available to people you choose to trust. Okay. So it's a big year for friendship, for emotions, for feelings, and for releasing what you're feeling rather than holding it in as well with Heart Center. I think it is a year for reflection. I think you've worked wonderfully. You're heading to, before jumping into goals, just reflect and rather than look backwards at previous years, look forwards at what's coming and what you're creating and achieving. Don't jump into things head first. You can take your time, you can reflect, you can, ponder over everything you've done to get to where you are. And then look at it as a whole, sort of have a bird's eye view and ease your way into your goals, and whether it be career or, everyday aspects of your life and what you want out of your year or your day. So you don't have to rush into things. It's a good time to take advantage of all the things you've done in your life and to put them to use, and rationality and logic before jumping into things. But it's a great year to reflect on those things. I think also I think sometimes, I'm not sure if you disconnect emotionally and to deal with challenging times, or where you felt you were second best and were unable to not so much defend yourself, but, in situations that you just felt like, I'm never going to win here, or I'm not going to be heard, or, you just felt like you were second best in the situation. I think in situations like that, and this maybe goes to that subtle choking in my throat, I think you don't have to disconnect or shut off. Some situations, they're not worth, we pick our battles, or we pick what's worth it or not, but I don't feel you have to finish second best. And sometimes rather than disconnecting, just connect with yourself and what you want. And if someone can't give that to you, or a work or a friendship or anything in your life, rather than switching off completely, connect with you instead and learn to, if this situation is not going to get better, you don't have to bend over backwards to satisfy someone else's need or switch off from the reality of what you're feeling emotionally. So reconnect with yourself and move on, or make a decision that puts you as equal value in that relationship. Okay?
Right. Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Well, it makes sense, because I always think, like, is it really worth the fight if I say something, right? Like, how is it going to change if I say something? So I have to decide if it's going to be worth it for me or not. So that does make sense.
Okay, so there's some more advice coming in too, and based on what you're saying, in a lot of my readings, I've probably got the saying wrong, knowing me, but Bob Marley has a saying where he said, everyone is going to hurt you. You've got to figure out the ones worth hurting for. So I guess, it's your decision what you can put up with. But I think we've only got a few minutes left, but I think it's time to sift through, and I'm going to say this politely, the BS. Seeing people for who they really are. And I think that means you have to tone it up. We get the masculine cut figure. So ground yourself, really master your feelings and being in touch with them, and own your feelings and expressing of your feelings, but also seeing through, people's other sides, rather than seeing just the good in everyone, also seeing the negative sides as well. That's important. And I think by, the outcome of all these cards is that you find yourself in a place where you're completely free, you're raw, you trust yourself, you're balanced emotionally, and the universe has your back. So this is a great year for you. They're lessons that are digestible and manageable. They're not huge, they're going to come in and mess your whole life up to heal or to learn. It's on a really nice scale, but it's manageable. So enjoy finding yourself and being you this year, and loving you so you can enjoy life.
Right. Okay.
So thank you for letting me read for you.
Absolutely.
It's been a pleasure connecting with you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Have a great week. And to everyone else, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Susie, for letting me read for you. And we'll see you same time next week. Bye, everyone.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York. The Ask One Radio Network spreads me across the globe and right into your home. As I shuffle up the cards, we're going to be doing an hour of readings, well, a little less than an hour, deducting the time that I'm going to babble for a little while first. I get in the habit of doing that. I guess it's I get it's worse when I I miss a couple of like a month of shows, and then I come back on and it's like pow, and the next thing I know the show is over and I've been babbling away. But hey, it's a new year, and nothing has changed so far. We have still political scandals rocking the world. What a shock, the new stuff with the classified documents. Boy, there's something I didn't expect. And a congressman who was elected even though he only told lies. Now, there's a new one for you. I mean, this is a guy who never told the truth about anything, and he got elected. What kind of message is that going to be? I understand stretching the truth a little bit. This one says she's a Native American. That one says he was a war veteran. And, they stretch it a little bit. I was talking to Albert Einstein about that just a few weeks ago. No, wait a minute, that couldn't be. But I'm floored by somebody who, I often wonder if these people even think they're going to win when they do something so bizarre like that. Because here's a guy who did nothing but lie. He's a congressman here in the New York area. He told lies about everything. Everything he said about himself was fake. My question is, so what? I mean, he says he graduated from Brandeis University and he never went there. Well, what if he identifies as a graduate from Brandeis? Isn't that the thing now? Whatever you identify as you are, you live your authentic life. Maybe that's what he was doing. But this is, there used to be a saying, don't steal anything small. If you're going to risk going to prison for theft, go for the big time, which is kind of, to me, silly advice because I don't believe in stealing. But the idea that somebody could actually do nothing but lie and still be believed and be elected. That's remarkable. I mean, we just, people feel disappointed when the elected official they find out was lying about whatever their record was, and then we find out that it wasn't true, and then it's sad. We feel let down. Why, I don't know. But could you imagine that? I mean, how could you live like that, knowing that every single thing you say and everything you have told people, your whole life story, you just made it all up? I mean, that's remarkable. And now there's nothing they can do about this because there's no mechanism to remove him. And you certainly, who among them is going to cast the first vote, to paraphrase a biblical expression, to oust the guy for lying? When, let's face it, they all stretch the truth a little bit. But to deliver nothing but lies, I mean, I'm flabbergasted by this. It's just astonishing to me. So that's a humorous start for the year, because the question is, how are we going to seat him? Now, of course, I talk to people about this and they say, well, why don't we get a petition together and recall him? You can't do that because there is no recall for members of Congress. As much as you would like to have that, it doesn't exist. You just have to go with the flow with this guy. He simply was out there spreading his truth, as he likes to call it. It's really peculiar. Now, I mean, I mentioned the senator who claimed to be a Native American. She's got an escape valve on that one because her grandma told her that, and she bought it and believed it. But it's different if you make the whole thing up. I could tell you things about me and my family. I have no way of knowing how true they are. I have absolutely no way of knowing. And yet, I'll tell you something else. I knew a guy, poor guy, he passed away recently. He was kind of a derelict, one of these freaky little characters we know from saloons in big cities. And everybody made fun of him because he said that he had been big in the music business and he knew all the big stars in rock. And they just thought that it was so delusional. I happen to know that he was telling the truth. I met him through a fellow named Tony Bon Jovi, Now, you notice that last name, Bon Jovi. Okay. Tony Bon Jovi is the one who gave his nephew or his cousin, I don't remember, I think cousin John Bon Jovi, the job sweeping up at the recording studio over here on 10th Avenue, and then launched a record career for him. And this guy was there. He was a runner-up in the International Music European Festival. I forgot what they call that, the Eurofest or whatever it is. And he was part of that. And yet, big names would come by and talk to him, and people wouldn't even believe that was they. So I don't know. I've learned to pretty much accept what people tell me about themselves if it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? And I come out of the entertainment business where people stretch their resume anyway. The whole thing is, I'll give you an example. Way back when I was starting, beginning, I was a baby, I was a comedy writer. And I wanted to deliver my own material because I like a lot of writers, I just didn't think that the comedians I was selling the jokes to were doing the jokes justice. Now, that could be called ego because they were professional comedians. They knew what they were doing and they knew what worked for them. So I was waiting in the wings of a comedy club, scared to death. Oh, how it took, used up like 5 years worth of nerve for me to get up on a stage and do that. I was very shy. I've got to tell you the truth, folks. And I finally convinced them to put me on stage, and I'm going to do about 5 minutes of stuff that I thought was funny. And I'm waiting there, and the guy who was emceeing the show was a wonderful guy. He says, our next act is coming to, he just got back from L.A., and he was on the Carson show. Oh, and he was so funny. You probably caught his special on HBO. And I'm furious now at this point because I'm supposed to be next. And I hadn't done any of that stuff at all. I barely even watched the Carson show. And I turn around to storm off to find the club owner and complain when the guy mentions my name. That was the introduction he gave me. So and politics has been described as show business for ugly people. Nothing is true in the entertainment business, is what I found out. The sad thing is when somebody does come across with something interesting and truthful in their life, and then and then nobody believes him. That's what happened with this guy, and he had his downside, his good side too. I stored some of his music digitally for the time that he would make a comeback. He had a problem with alcohol. Well, I remember one time I ran into him in July, and I asked him, I said, hey, come on in here, I'll get you a cold beer. And he said, no, thanks, I've got to be someplace in November. Now, to me, that's funny. He was aware of the fact that he had a problem. But nobody believed that he had done all the things that he said he had done. And I knew that he had. So what do you do? So here we are, climbing up to Friday the 13th, and we're going to be spending the next hour taking phone calls and looking through the magical window of the tarot and see what it shows us for, let's say, the coming year. This is my favorite time of year for readings. So if you want to, please keep this in mind, because I do readings off the air also, not just here on Ask One Radio. I do these during the course of the week. That's I love doing readings for people from all around the world. We can do it by phone, we can do it by Skype, we can do it any way you want, Zoom, whatever you want. I'm easy to get to, but this is the time of year. It's at the beginning of the year, and it's always worth taking a look at the coming year. Do you want to be surprised by life, or do you want to have a little bit of an idea of what's coming? Because there's a lot of stuff coming. It's going to be an interesting year. We've already started the 2024 election cycle because the 2022 election cycle ended, and we're in the perpetual election cycle. And that's, of course, that breeds people like this congressman who, I still can't get over that. There wasn't a single thing he said that was true. And yet people bought it and voted for him, and there it was. So, this look, if you're not getting anywhere in life, maybe you just need to reinvent yourself. Perhaps that's the way it is. But just, keep it legal if you can. You don't want to go around like The Great Imposter, Ferdinand Demara. He was a wonderful guy. You ever see that movie, The Great Imposter, with Tony Curtis? Looked nothing like Ferdinand Demara. Looked like a big curly of the Three Stooges. So naturally, Hollywood gets Tony Curtis to play him. But this is a guy who talked himself into being a doctor. He operated on some people. This is a guy who was the assistant warden of a prison. He didn't know what he was doing. He just, he parlayed a photographic memory and a gift of gab, and hell, people believed what he said because people want to believe you, and that's the thing. That's one of the lessons in life. Whether you're in politics or show business or just trying to sell, let's say you got a job that involves talking to people and selling. The one lesson I learned is that people are rooting for you. They may seem resistant to you, but they want to like you. They want you to like them too. So cultivate a smile and again, you see, I'm this is rare. I'm literally flabbergasted and speechless. Because I'm still thinking, I'm sitting here talking, and I'm still in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that there's a guy now in Congress who's going to be paid $180,000 a year to talk, and it's turned out that nothing he says is true. This guy's got a future. I don't know if it's behind bars or what, but he's got a future. I mean, my hat is off to a guy like that. It's like the Ponzi scheme guy, Charles Ponzi. That's for those of you who know what a Ponzi scheme is. It's a simple, it's an investment scheme where I talk you into giving me $10,000 as an investment, and then I talk somebody else into giving me $10,000 as an investment. Then I take $5,000 of your $10,000 and give it to that other guy and say, look at that, I just got you 50%, and then he rolls it over, and sooner or later the whole thing's going to fall apart. It has to fall apart. I mean, it must fall apart. That's the flaw there. But until it does, there used to be unlimited opportunity. If you could spot one, if you could get in on the ground floor, you'd make money. But now, of course, if you make money in a Ponzi scheme, even though you're an innocent participant, the government will take it from you and spread it among the people who got robbed, which I guess that's equitable. I have no idea how that works, but I don't go out looking for Ponzi schemes because you'll end up, living under a bridge. There's a lot of them out there. I did a screenplay years ago for a producer who wanted to do a movie about a mobster who puts his son through Wall Street training school, business school. He puts the kid through business school, and the kid gets a job on Wall Street. And during the course of the film, he finds out that these people are bigger crooks than his family. And then he turns the tables on them. But I learned an awful lot at that point. I did my research. As a good screenwriter, I went and did research, and I found a guy who was a broker. He went and he was very happy making, this was in the early 90s. He was very happy making about $150,000 a year. And his friends, all of his friends from business school, he said, used to laugh at him because he was making the least amount of money of all of them. And then he said, but on the other hand, I'm the only one in my graduating class who didn't go to jail. So you see, honesty can be the best policy. Puffery, the Supreme Court has ruled that kind of lying is okay. That's, if we got rid of all lying, we'd have no advertising. It'd be no more. Now, that's not such a bad idea, but there you go. But keep in mind, I'm still stunned by this because here I am dealing truth and light, and here comes a guy down the pike who completely ignores truth and gets rewarded for it. Of course, everybody hates him now. But he's smiling because they can't take it away from him. I guess they can isolate him, but, there's something going on there. I just want to see where this guy ends up. That's all. Well, we'll shuffle these up now, and that's enough for that for now because, frankly, I am still speechless. I finally found what can render me speechless, which is something. Chutzpah doesn't even cover it. This guy it's just tremendous. If you asked him what time it was, he probably wouldn't tell you the right time. But unlike me, I'll tell you the right time. It's just a quarter to Friday the 13th right now. So we're moving into Friday the 13th territory, and folks, it's been one of those days for me. And I'm so glad that I'm with you, because this is the highlight of my week. And that's not a put down. I mean, that doesn't mean my week is bad. I just get so much energy doing this show. I love it. I've been doing this for over 10 years now, and I just love it. And we're going to start off right now with somebody who's in a state that I once thought I would move to. But first, we're going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Notice I did that fast. Melissa in Batesville, Arkansas is on. Hi, Melissa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Well, hello. So you
Hi,
thought
how
about
are you?
living here, huh?
Yes, I thought about, I guess, you know what it was? I think I saw an interview with Johnny Cash, and I think he lived in Arkansas at the time.
You sure did.
But somebody at some point said something about flooding, and I'm not sure that, I think that turned me off a little bit. You know, it's like Maine. There were people telling me, come live in Maine. Maine is great. Just come bring your boots in the springtime because it's mud season. So that's the end of that. I'm not going there. But Arkansas is...
We've not had a whole lot of them, but we've had 2 in my lifetime that were, pretty significant. They didn't get to my side of town, but the main part of town, it shut down for a little while.
Well, it's not an annual thing. That's the one. That's the good thing.
Oh, no.
Because it is beautiful. And then, of course, you have the Arkansas River, which you have other people who confuse that with Arkansas. So who knows, right?
Yes, and you can't beat the Ozarks. I tell you, they're beautiful.
Well, it's a beautiful part of the world, and I love to travel and see it. But I'm such a dyed-in-the-wool native New Yorker that I barely even leave my own neighborhood. And I live in an exciting part of the city. It's not a very high crime area, mercifully, because it's a.
I had a good friend that lived in New York for years and come back, and he said it was just like such a shock.
Well, yeah, I mean.
A little.
We had a large apartment when I was a little kid. We had a really big, sprawling Upper West Side apartment. And they see that's one of the tragedies of my life is that my parents never prepared me for the idea that most New York apartments don't have 3 bathrooms. They don't even have 2.
Right.
But I would go away to summer camp, and I would spend 2 months in the country, in the woods, like Boy Scout camp.
Right.
And when I got back, the apartment looked so small. Because I just spent 2 months with no walls, no nothing.
Right.
It was very difficult. It was difficult adjustment. But that shows how everything in life is relative. Well, Melissa, we're here to talk about you, not about me. So what can I look at for you tonight?
All right. I don't mind. Just general reading would be fine.
Okay. Well, let's see what we've got here. Yeah, These are interesting cards. These are really very interesting cards. I have cards of new things coming your way, changes coming. I mean, I have 5 cards I put here, and 3 of them relate to things changing. The first card, though, is the 4 of Swords is about taking time out and kind of being outside of things, relaxing, taking things easy. Is that what's been going on in your life? You've kind of been on the sidelines a bit?
I've had to kind of get there the last, month or so.
Okay, well, what I've got here is the Knight of Cups is here. Cups are about emotions and affairs of the heart and happiness. And I'm going to jump ahead because I also have the Knight of Coins. And the Knights are about the appearance of something new. It's the formation of something new emotionally, and something new financially is on the horizon for you. The Wheel of Fortune is the card of change, and the Death card is the one that says a period of your life is ending and a new period of your life is beginning. It's not about dying. It's just telling me that you're about to enter a new phase in your life, and emotionally and financially, it's going to be a growth time in there. It's going to be good.
Good time.
If you've been feeling stuck, which is, the Four of Swords shows a person just kind of lying there and waiting. And I also have the Eight of Swords, which is a person who feels like tied up. And that's going to move because the horses, which is the knights, are very dynamic. And look at this. I got the Knight of Swords, too. So that's about mental activity. So, okay, you're entering a new period of thinking, of feeling, and money. So those are the things that are going to be growing in your life. And it's coming this year. And very well, too. Now, I have to say this. There's also the King of Coins here. The Knight of Coins and the King of Coins is the whole spectrum. You're going to do very well financially. You're going to be okay financially. Now, here's the thing. The Nine of Coins tells me that you're not a hermit, but you're able to be by yourself and be happy and be satisfied. Is that who you are?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because that's good. That drives people up the wall. There's many people who just can't be at peace with themselves. But I see that you have that ability, and you've been kind of in a break in your life, but there's new things coming your way emotionally, mentally, and financially. And I'm not getting any indication that it's bad either. So that's good.
Right.
So,
yes,
in fact, I have the Six of Rods here as one of great success and happiness. So that's the way I see the year shaping up for you, is you're going to grow emotionally, you're going to grow mentally, and you're going to grow financially.
Right.
Okay.
Time for some growth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, because that first card I have, the Four of Swords, is about just lying around and not quite doing much of anything. But it's not like laziness or indolence. It's just about time to take a little break and see what develops. And all these wonderful things are going to come your way. I see it now. In fact, I see the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is here. It tells me that there's a chance that somebody's going to give you money in a way. It's a card of philanthropy. Could mean also winning a lottery, things like that. So keep in mind that there's going to be opportunities coming your way from making money. But most important is your thoughts and your heart are growing too. Okay.
Okay, great. I thank you very much.
My pleasure. It's been great talking to you. Bye-bye now.
All right. Well, you come visit us. All right.
Oh, yes,
bye-bye.
I sure will. Bye-bye. And let's just shuffle up the cards. There's so many places that I've been meaning to visit all my life. And, everybody was talking about, I want to go see Venice, or I've got to go to Paris. And I keep thinking, I want to go to Tennessee. I want to go to Arkansas. I want to go to Kentucky. I seem to have this thing for the South. I have, Tennessee, I keep thinking of Jack Daniels, or is that Kentucky? Tennessee is not. Kentucky is the bourbon state, right? And then Tennessee is the Jack Daniels state. Arkansas, I don't know. What do you got there? Moonshine? I love that too, man. I knew a guy who ran moonshine from down in the South up here to New York City. And his biggest customer route along the way was Washington, D.C. This goes back many, many years. So I think the statute of limitations has expired. But moonshine, that is some heavy-duty stuff. Vladimir in Brooklyn, New York is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. So I was just wondering what's ahead for this year for me.
Okay, I'm going to shuffle them up again and take a look. I don't get many calls from right here in Brooklyn. I'm just across the river. I'm just off Times Square. So let's see what we got here. Well, there's some interesting spiritual stuff coming. Are you a spiritual person in many ways?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's an easy one to ask, by the way, because you're calling a show with people who do this kind of stuff. So I'm not putting that on. It's the High Priestess I got. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, who is very close to spiritual matters. There have been some changes in your life. I see that there are things that weren't working out, and you've been leaving that behind and moving to new things. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, now that's going to work out very well for you, because the next card I have, that was the Eight of Cups. That's a person who's putting behind him the stuff that isn't working and going towards stuff that is working. And the next card is the Sun. The Sun is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. The Seven of Rods is here. That is a person who can sweep away all obstacles and can get what he wants. Now, the Seven of Cups is here. That's a person of great imagination. Sometimes people don't like that card because it's of unfocused ideas, they say. But I prefer to have more unfocused ideas than have no ideas at all. And because you can always pick one and work on it, or pick two or three. But your imagination is going to lead to some career opportunities for you, because that's the Ace of Rods here. You're going to be finding work in something that puts your imagination and creativity to use. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. I can't wait for that day.
Well, what I see is you're going to get it here. It's coming. And it's the Empress is here. That's a card that is about making things grow and making things happen. And the Tower Struck by Lightning is here. Now, that's a fascinating card. And I have another card right after it, because a lot of people think that that's bad news. The Tower Struck by Lightning is neither good nor bad. It's just about the sudden change appearing, and the nature of the change is in the next card, which is the Ten of Cups. That means you're going to be very, very, very happy with the change. So this is the year, I think, that the things that you've been working for and the things you've wanted, you're busy improving yourself. That's the 8. That's the one where you're walking away from what isn't working to what is working. The imagination is going to come into play. The Ace of Rods is the new business opportunity that you're going to have because of your creativity. The Sun is the success you're going to have, and the Tower Struck by Lightning tells me that the change is going to come suddenly, and you're going to be very happy with it. So this is going to be a pivotal year for you. It's going to be very exciting. You know, the things that you've been imagining, because there's a lot of imagination in these cards. Behind the veil, the cups, there's a lot of imagination there, and the things that you've been picturing and imagining, you're going to get. It's going to be within your reach, and I think you can close the deal. See, you can never say it is going to happen or it isn't going to happen, and that isn't just like a cop out because I don't want to mislead you. But what I'm saying is you will have the opportunity to do these things, and you're going to make the right choices because you're doing it. You're on the right path. Here's the Six of Rods. You're going to be successful and succeed. And the Six of Rods carries more than just success. You'll be recognized for your success. So this is it. It's all the stuff that you've been waiting for and working for it's just around the corner for you now. You're going to have a very exciting year.
Thank you. I'm truly grateful for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for calling. And remember, this is all your work. These are your cards. Let me give you one last thing because it's important here. I have this 10 of Swords here. That is an important card. If there's been bad things in your life, bad times, this card means they're over, and that you're moving away from that. And it shows a person who has been beaten down a little bit, but will get up and will go on. So the bad stuff is over, is what that means. Keep that in mind, okay?
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now. I really love these positive readings. And, of course, you know, we've all been trained by movies to say, oh, look at that. A stranger read my tarot cards and I'm going to die. You know, that doesn't happen. You know, that just doesn't happen. I've been reading these cards for decades, and only once did I see something like that. Only once. And it was quite obvious. It almost never happens, because I believe that things work out for people who seek tarot readings, because these are people who know how to ask for help. And that's the first step towards getting help, is asking for it. You know, you ask the universe for something and it'll give it to you. It may not give it to you in the way you want. This is the thing with love spells, for instance. I have a thing about that at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Take a look at that page sometime. It's there's like 100 and something pages there. It's all easily indexed at the top of the homepage. But it is, those are black magic. If you're going to do something like that, what you're doing is controlling another person's feelings. And that's wrong. And that is never going to work out well. It is never going to work out well. And I have a couple of stories in there about things like that you may find fascinating. I'm just teasing the website a little bit. Go check out magic-works.com. There's loads of stuff there. Show you not just what I can do for you as a practitioner of the esoteric arts, but what you can do for yourself. That's where the real power is. Who's got the power in your life? Not a deck of cards, not me. You have the power. Gloria in Phoenix is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how you doing? I'm so honored to be here.
Oh, I'm glad to have you. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Beautiful. What can I look at?
I was wondering if you could connect with my guides and tell me what I need to know at this stage in my life.
Well, let's see what we have here. Oh, excellent. This is really nice because I just cut the cards and I said, let's see what the first card is, right? The first card shows an angel. It's the Temperance card. So that's telling me that we're in touch with your angel guide here. Okay, so there's the 8 of coins. Oh, I just had this card too, with this 10 of swords. The Justice card. We'll talk about all of these in a moment. And the Page of Swords. Okay, this is very good. The 8 of coins is about a person who works hard at a new job. It doesn't have to be like a career. It just can be something new. Anything. It works hard. You work hard at what you do, and usually this is about an apprentice. Usually it's about starting something new in a new field of work and doing so well in it that you get recognized.
That makes sense.
The 10 of swords that I had earlier for somebody else I have here for you, which is the worst is over. You've been through some bad stuff, to use a euphemism, and that's over. Justice, the Justice card. You've been wronged. Somebody treated you badly? Gloria, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Oh, has somebody treated you badly recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay, good. But
not that I know of yet.
Good. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not getting any indications of anything in the background, like somebody sneaking around. But there is justice coming your way. There's something that you deserve justice for, and you're going to get it. I mean, okay, I don't mean it in the sense that, oh boy, are you going to get it? You know what I mean?
Right.
You're going to get justice, the justice that you deserve. Something's come up in your life that wasn't fair, and it's going to be rectified. And the Page of Swords is here, which is good. These are all very good cards. I see an independent person, a person who can, let's see, I'm getting so many cards that I got earlier too. The 7 of Rods, a person who can chase away all obstacles. I've got the World, which is a card of assured success. The Strength card, which tells me that you have the determination to do what you need to do. The 9 of Cups, which tells me you can enjoy the good things and nice things in life. It's very well rounded. It looks like there's good things coming your way. That seems to be the message from the angel guide, that you're on a good path, and you're on a good path. Good things are coming. Let's take one more look. I'm going to shuffle this up again here, cut the cards once more, and there I go. It's the Star. That's a card of hope and optimism. So that's good. That's you've got good stuff coming your way.
I knew it. I knew it.
Well, you're right.
Oh, that's wonderful. You have just validated everything that my intuition has been telling me.
Good. I'm glad. I love when the cards do that. And see, that's another thing. What you're saying is exactly, it's a wonderful kind of thing to get a reading for, that you have a sense about something and you want to know if that's really what's going on, instead of, will I meet a tall, dark stranger? The stuff that they do in movies is silly in a sense. But this is exactly it, that to say, this is what I feel is coming, will the cards validate it? And like, for instance, I think you're very much in touch with these anyway, because you asked about spirit guides and your guides, and I got the card with an angel on it. So there you go.
Well, I'm working on my ascension, so...
Well, that's one of the things we're here for, right?
Thank you very much. It's
my pleasure.
I don't even have any words to say how much I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Happy New Year. Bye. And we'll shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every week, generally on Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot. And like I said, this is the time of year that I really enjoy reading for people the most, because we're turning a leaf. You know, we're turning that leaf into another another calendar page. It just dawned on me, I don't have a calendar on my wall for this year. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants nowadays. But I'll go to a drugstore or something and buy some aspirin and get a calendar from them. They're always good for that. But it's the time of year that I don't recommend that people get weekly readings. I know that you can make a good living reading for the same people week after week after week after week. I can't do that, because then after a while, the person you're reading for starts replacing their judgment with yours, and they lose a little bit of their own judgment because they keep saying, oh, I have to ask the cards this, I have to ask the cards that. But I like doing it around birthdays and around the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, my birthday is in the first week of the year, so I don't get the fun of doing that. But it's it's a good time to do it. I'm talking myself out of business here, right? I mentioned early on, this is a good time to buy a reading from me. Readings start at $10, but don't become a chronic querent, as we call it. We don't. It's not healthy for either of us. You can learn more about what I do at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And specifically, if you're interested in tarot and you want to do this too, I'm holding these cards in my hand now, but you can hold cards in yours. Check out my book and CD set called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I know people don't use CDs that often now, but this comes with a set of this comes with a CD that has actual readings illustrating points in the book, and it'll tell you how to look at the cards and how to work with the cards and give you an indication about what cards can do and can't do. And then it's also got a reprint of a 19th century tarot book in there. That's one of the best for teaching you the meanings of the cards. But there's so much more to it than that. And I called the book Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is the same as the show, because you guys out in the audience there, you inspired me to write it. And it's dedicated to you. Catherine in Denver, Colorado is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for.
Great.
What can I look at for you?
I'm interested in career and finances and my love life.
Okay, just those things, right? Those few things, those little unimportant
things. Yeah, those things are kind of paramount for me at the moment.
Let's take a look. The first thing I've got is a card of cups, and cups are emotion and romance. And then I've got a Knight of Rods, which rods are career, and then I've got coin cards here, all kinds. These cards are covering the gamut here.
Oh, wow, those three pulled up. That's amazing.
Yeah, what's coming up here is the first card is the Queen of Cups, and that means that something is taking shape with you in terms of emotion and feelings and romance. Is there something new going on in that field with you?
No, I've been in a relationship for almost 4 years, but we're separated, not like in a negative way, but this month by location.
Okay, well,
I'm really
the Queen of Cups I don't know how to, that's silly. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I was going to say in this context, but of course it's my job to explain it. I should know how to explain it. It's about the feelings are still developing. The feelings are growing. This is why I ask if it's relatively new, but a few years is not particularly new, but your feelings are still growing in this relationship. The moon is here, which is about the unconscious mind, and it's a message generally to pay attention to your dreams, and you can get some information from your dreams. Do you keep a dream book or a journal like that?
I don't. I very rarely remember any dreams, to be honest.
They say that's the whole point with a dream book. It's bizarre. It's one of those weirdest things in life is that I wake up from a very vivid dream, and then a half hour later, I don't remember it at all. I just know I had a dream. But if you can keep a book by your bed and start writing down what you dreamed as soon as you woke up, you can keep it that way. And this is saying that you may benefit from that.
I will say,
Now-
Reverend Elliot, my feelings are huge. Like, I'm deeply in love. He's the love of my life, but I'm trying to see if his feelings are going to develop.
You're going to see what? I didn't catch the last part.
If his feelings will develop more deeply again.
Well, let's see what we've got. You want me to take a look at that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll shuffle them up and take another look at that. Okay. And now we'll take a look at what's going on with this other person. How's that? Well, okay. The first card I have is the Lovers. That's an interesting card right there. Okay, so that's just confirming that we're on the right track. Here's a couple of cards that I've had before today. It's the Seven of Cups. This is a person of great imagination, but unclear. The thoughts are not clear. You know, there's a lot of thoughts, but it's not. It's sometimes unrealistic thinking, and sometimes it's just dreaming. But it's not very stable in that sense. You know, it's fluid. The thinking, emotionally speaking. The Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is about. It's almost the direct opposite of that. The Page of Cups is about the emotions solidifying. So I'm seeing that there's a possibility that this is growing, because you go from the Seven of Cups, which is unfocused and nebulous, to the Page of Cups. The pages are earth. The pages are very concrete in that sense. The Seven of Rods is here. Now, that is the person who has learned to sweep away obstacles. The Ten of Cups is here. That is a card of great happiness and joy in a relationship. Ultimate happiness. I put a card above it all to see what the aura is around the whole question. And the question, I have the Three of Swords, which is a sad card. I'm getting the sense that this is a person who's been hurt before. And so that's kind of getting in the way. Is he what?
We've all been hurt. He has, but who hasn't?
Yeah, tell me about it, right? You know, but this is still there. It still seems to be alive for him. So that's what I think that what you're sensing is he's kind of holding back a little bit, but it's not because of you. It's because of what happened before. So
there's nothing I can do to help that.
Yeah, there is. Let's see what we can find here. Let's see. Well, this is great. I've got three major cards here, and they're all women too. The Justice card, the Empress card, and the World. You're going to make this relationship grow and succeed. That's what I see. That
two people.
Yeah, you're going to be the driving force from the way things are now. You see.
Okay.
The Empress is not. Now, the Empress isn't. It's not artificial. This is that a person who is nurturing and can make things grow. And I think that the key there is nurturing. It's not like you're going to force this relationship to happen. I think that he will learn to feel safe with you.
Okay. Good.
Because remember, I think he has been hurt more than he probably even wants to tell himself. But the Justice card is here, so you're going to work that out with him. The Empress is here. You're going to make this grow. And the World is here, which is a card of assured success. I think that it's saying that you being you is what's going to do it. You know, if you want to know what can I do to do this, keep being you.
I like that. Thank you, sir.
Because you'll do it. Just remember, the Empress card, that's the person who nurtures and makes things grow. The Justice card is the person who heals. in a very real way. I mean, we're talking about healing a heart that was broken, really. And the world card, the world is the card of success. And it can be done.
I love the way that plays out.
Now, if you...
It gives me a lot of assurance. Thank you.
Now, I've got to run because I only have a couple of minutes left. But if you need to hear this again, you can always go to askonradio.com and look at the archive and play this show. And, you know, you can download it in the podcast section, or you can download it in, there's other sections, partner section. There's all kinds of ways you can get hold of this show, even at YouTube. And listen to the last part where I speak to you, and you'll hear it, because you have the potential. I got it again here, the 10 of Cups. That's a very happy family and a happy home. So there's great potential there.
Thank you so much, Reverend Elliott. That's huge. Thank you.
My
Rest
pleasure.
with a peaceful heart tonight.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And hey, look at that. We're rounding the corner to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. And I just want to tell you that I have been a busy little guy here. I've been playing with the computer. Remember, I was away for quite a while because the computer died on me. And I really blew their mind because I didn't want to buy a new computer. I wanted them to rebuild this, and they did. You know, it cost enough, but it was less than getting a new computer. But money wasn't the object. I'm accustomed to this particular computer. And they didn't upgrade it, which is fine. Eventually, I'm going to have to upgrade the operating system because that's the way it is. I mean, I have a telephone sitting here right next to me that I can't use to make phone calls anymore because it's got a dial on it. And they've upgraded my phone system here so that dials don't work anymore. But hey, what can I tell you? You know, there's still gadgets you can buy that you can hold up against the mouthpiece of a phone and hit the buttons and get the number you want that way. But I'm making up for lost time, and I have been designing, and this is what I want to talk to you about for a moment. If you go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, the last time I was on, I mentioned that I'm restoring a book from 1833. And I am restoring a book from 1833. I mean, who would lie about that except a member of Congress? But that's tough on the eyes. That's really, my vision is not so hot these days. So to relax, I've been adding to my collection of occult jewelry. You can find that at magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and click on the occult jewelry thing there. There's always a sale going on. It's not me lowering the price. It's the company that you buy it from, and they ordinarily take 15 to 20% off. So it's worth looking at that. There are amulets and talismans there that can, for almost any need that you have in life. And those are important because these things are symbols that focus our energy. I'm wearing one right now. I've got one right now. It's a talisman of the moon. And it works towards getting you what's going on and what you want in life. Hey, listen, you know something? I've got a couple of more minutes left. Kathy in Wyoming, I'm told, is holding on. Hi, Kathy. Did I overlook you? Oh, I did.
Hi.
Kathy. Hi, I'm sorry. I just got done saying that my eyes aren't what they used to be, and I realized I missed your I missed you on the board there. So we got a couple of minutes left, about 5 minutes. What can I look at for you?
So I'm just kind of wondering if the guy that I've been talking to, if he is a good match for me.
Okay, let's see. I've shuffled them up, and okay. See, now this is the third time today I've gotten this card. It's the 10 of Cups, and that's a card about a happy home and romance. And the Queen of Cups here, there's romance there too. And, you know, this is looking pretty good. The Temperance card is here. That is a well-balanced, that means balance in life is there. This is looking like a good match. Yeah, sure is. Is there anything else you want to look at? That was fast. You know, I got a few more minutes.
Moving or job career.
Okay, and what would you like to look at about the move?
How long it will be before I move.
Well, you know,
moving
is
from
funny.
Wyoming to Washington.
Well, let me tell you, this is funny because there are several cards here that specifically show that. One of them is the Six of Swords. It shows a person on the water in a boat, moving the boat from here to there, and a lot of times it's taken in a metaphorical way, like you're going to move your life from here to there, you're going to get what you want. But this is the card that shows up when people are moving. So this move is going to happen. It's going to happen soon. I can't give you more than that. There's a little bit more waiting coming in. The Three of Rods is here. That's working with other people and waiting to get have this something reach fruition. So, oh, and there's money in the ace. You're going to be well paid here, right? Because I got the Ace of Coins here, and that's the beginning of a good money stream. So that's going to work out well for you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so the Six of Swords just confirms that the move is coming.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything else you want to see?
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm sorry I almost missed you there, but it's...
That's okay.
I'm a little discombobulated tonight.
I was just like, oh, he'll get to me eventually. It's okay.
Okay, thanks for calling. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much for your help.
My pleasure. And now that is really it. That is it. I can't believe I overlooked Kathy in Wyoming, which is very funny to me because the great comedian Milt Kamen, who is almost completely forgotten now, he was an actor who appeared in a couple of movies here and there. And he used to do a whole bit about how there is no place called Wyoming. That Wyoming, he said that they made it up just to fill out the calendar. Great. There I am, one-track mind here, to fill out the map. And that was his, and he would talk about how there is no Wyoming until he worked himself up into a lather. And speaking of lather, don't forget, get over to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the Mojo Brothers shaving soap, because I just had a wonderful shave today, and that is the lightest, fluffiest, most wonderful shaving soap. And if you're a man and you don't use this kind of shaving soap, you are not treating yourself properly. And all you ladies out there, this is just perfect for your guy, unless he's got a beard. Then forget it, But I strongly suggest that you go over to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the Mojo Brothers shaving soap, because it is, oh gosh, it's really the, look, we sell it, but it is I use it. I use it because it's the fluffiest soap I've ever encountered, and it makes shaving so much easier and more pleasurable and sensual instead of just a chore. So the website for that is mojoacademy.org, where you will find many books, and hopefully coming soon will be this book from 1833 on the nature of solitude. I sit alone and I work on a book about solitude. Isn't that kind of symbolic? That is, I feel like an old-fashioned scribe. But that's the way it goes. We like to say there is a book there that will change your life at mojoacademy.org. And magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. There's well over 100 pages of magical lore and things there, movies to see, all kinds of stuff linked there. I'd urge you to take a look at it, because you'll have a good time there. And you'll learn a lot of stuff that you can do for yourself magically. Magic is nothing to be afraid of. Human beings have been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. In fact, anthropologists would argue that is what made us human, was being able to recognize and see and use the magical arts. So it's all laid out there at magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. So, from the heart of New York City, high above what? 10th Avenue, right? This is Reverend Elliot, and I will see you again next week. And until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday to look through the tarot cards. I've got a cold today. Isn't that wonderful? A good old-fashioned cold. Nothing serious, just annoying enough to be annoying. It's just, I hate colds because you're not really sick enough for anybody to want to rush to your bedside and take care of you. But you're sick enough that it's nasty, and it's just, you feel, yeah. But here I am, shuffling up the cards, ready to go, and we are, we're more than halfway through January. It's been a nice winter here in New York, which is, if there's one thing that characterizes New York, it's not the theater, it's not the eccentric people, it's the constant level of complaining that we have. Many years ago, you can go to the Internet Archive and you'll find loads of recordings by Gene Shepard, who is the narrator of the wonderful movie A Christmas Story, from his book. And there is a recording there from, I think, 1961, somewhere buried in there, of him explaining how New Yorkers go berserk when there's rain. That he says water falling from the sky makes big, brave New Yorkers go limp. And they panic, and it's a mess. But the same thing here now. We don't have snow. We haven't had snow this year, and people are complaining. They're whining and complaining about the lack of snow. Well, we're going to get snow. I mean, this is almost a given. It's been only about, I think, 4 years since we went this long without snow, and it's not, in terms of geology and climate, that's not even a microsecond. But we're going to get snow, and you know what's going to happen then? People are going to complain. They're going to complain about too much snow. They're going to hound the mayor for not cleaning up the driveways, the whole thing. I've come to believe in my 282 years as a New Yorker that it just feels that way, that complaining is the thing. They talk about people who, Harry Cohn, the guy who founded Columbia Pictures, his advice to people was, kid, he was one of those tough guys who always said, kid, yeah, there goes my nose, you see. The best advice for going through life is always go through life as though you're demanding to see the manager, which, of course, today there'll be a video about you and call you a Karen, but that's neither here nor there. But complaining, I learned long ago, you can't please everybody, they would say. I'm starting to believe you just really can't please anybody. So you might as well just do what you think is right, do what you think is best, enjoy your life, and don't worry about complaining, because anybody who can complain that there's no snow and then complain a little while later that there is snow. And by the way, people are so grouchy when they get old. Remember how much you loved snow when you were little? Now we don't even have snow days here in New York for kids. That's the truth. They don't shut the schools down because of snow. They make the kids not trod through the snow, but go on a laptop or a computer, a desktop, whatever you use, a phone, who knows. But you have to attend school through the internet. Now, one of the joys of childhood was getting up on certain mornings and knowing that you're headed over to Central Park or Riverside Park, in my case, with a sled, and you're going to spend endless hours climbing up a hill just to zoom down it and then climb it up again and zoom down. Do people still do that? It was so much fun. It was ridiculous, but it was fun. It was just what we were supposed to do. Because when you're a child, that's a job, you see. That's your job as a child. There's certain things you have to do. And one of the things, whether you like it or not, is you have to go climb a hill. Generally, there's one about every 3 blocks in New York called Suicide Hill. And everyone thinks that theirs is the only one. All the kids do. And you get into fights with kids in other neighborhoods about whose Suicide Hill is the most dangerous. And we all hear the same urban legend about the kid who went off of the grass and onto the concrete and cut his fingers off. Kids are gruesome. You know that? Kids are just really gruesome. But that's our life. As a child, that's your work. You have to get up. They might as well have a time clock that you can punch when the snow comes, and you have to go a certain number of times up and down the hill. And then you go home and you collapse, and then you start sneezing a couple of days later. And here we are. I have all the benefits of the cold without having done any of that. But I don't complain. I try not to complain about anything. If there's one thing that I don't complain about, it's complaining. But I'm relating it. I'm relating that to you. If you come to New York to visit, you'll have a great time. You're not going to get murdered. Trust me about that. Your chances are you're going to get killed. If you're not, first of all, odds are you're not going to get murdered. But the odds are if you do get killed, it'll be by somebody you know and love who has a very good reason for doing it. It's not going to be killed by a total stranger. That's the way it usually goes. But the places that you want to see here in New York are highly protected, like where I am in the Theater District and the Times Square area. It's pretty good. That's rather morbid, but hey, these are the facts. People are led to believe that there's crime waves. I was in school, believe it or not, I did go to school. I went to high school, and a group of kids caught another group of kids robbing the lockers in the gym, and they beat them up. Now it just so happened that the kids who were doing the robbing had white-colored skin, and the kids who were being robbed and did the beating up had black-colored skin. And I knew all of those kids who were involved, and there wasn't a single person around who didn't want to beat up those other kids. They were obnoxious kids. But that was simply it. They were found robbing the lockers while everybody was in the gym. The New York Times reported that as a race riot, literally a race riot. And racial strife, and that goes back to 1960. Okay, I'm not going to review. It was the 60s, let's say. Could have been the 70s, but it depends on how old I am at any given moment. I adjust my age. Did you know that? You do that too, don't you? You adjust your age as necessary. Depends on how I feel in the morning. Right now, I'm feeling very old. But that's when I learned not to particularly trust the news, because I knew the kids involved. I knew what had happened. I was almost a witness to it. The only thing that stopped me from being a witness to it is that I'm not very big on bouncing a ball, and just for the hell of it, So these were just kids who liked playing basketball in the gym, and they were good at it. And then they came out a little early and saw these other guys opening the lockers and stealing watches and things like that. And they gave them what is informally known in New York as an alley party. But according to the New York Times, there was nothing but racial strife in that school, and it was awful. You'd never know it by being there. But hey, there you go. That was the first lesson I learned about news. Not long after that, I went to work at a television station, and part of my job was preparing news. So I was well prepared for that. Well, I'm glad to be back with you tonight. We're going to spend as much of an hour as we can without me taking up too much time bloviating and telling you about all kinds of things. I usually do that a lot, but if I do it now, it'll be about how sick I am of chicken soup. And I don't think you want to hear that. Hot and sour soup, I like. That I like. I make hot and sour soup when I have a cold, because it clears the sinuses, as far as I know. The way I do it anyway. I use loads and loads of Tabasco sauce, and vinegar is in there too. That's a simple way to do it. You can find any simple recipe online for making hot and sour soup. If not, just drop me a line and ask Taro at earthlink.net, and I'll tell you how I do it. But I am a product of hot and sour soup right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a voice, and I would be sneezing, and I would be complaining and crying and whining and complaining. That's what I would be doing, because I'm a New Yorker. And let's stop complaining. It would be nice if complaining has become an art form now. There's whole political parties that just live on complaining. There's whole politicians who just run on complaining, which I find quite amusing when the people in charge of things start complaining about things. But that's neither here nor there, because those people come and go, and the realities of life, such as tarot and magic and the beauty of the universe, it's all here. And we ought to just enjoy it as much as we can. And like I'm very fond of saying, there's a whole industry out there that's designed just to upset you, and it's called the news industry. And I'm not saying you should not pay attention to current events. Just don't let it get you down, because they will always find something to upset you. Notice as soon as they were finished with the chaos over the Speaker of the House, now it's, the chaos over the debt ceiling. And then as soon as they work that out, which they will, it'll be, the chaos over something else. Because that moves product, that sells things. Well, here we deal with the realities of life. We deal with the beauty of living, and we try to take a peek around the corner of time and space with the tarot cards. So I'm going to now ring a bell 3 times to declare a sacred space, and we'll jump right into the readings. The first up is Christy in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Hello, Christy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing as well as I can be. I'm just with a cold. I'm just afraid I'm going to start sneezing, and I have this bizarre fear that I'm gonna get somebody sick in the audience, which is really stupid. But I still feel it. You have a cold also?
I do. Where I live is we got allergies so bad here.
Oh gosh, something, I never knew how bad they could be. But this is a little tip for you. If you can avoid getting pneumonia, do that, because I had pneumonia a few years back and it left me with allergies. And I called the doctor and said, what the heck? What is that all about? And they said, that's like a side thing. If you get pneumonia, chances are pretty good that you'll end up with allergies. And I said, well, I did. Is this what people have been going through all the time? He said, yeah. I said, oh, man. So anybody out there with allergies, do me a favor. I'm not a violent person, but if somebody starts making fun of you for the allergies, just punch them in the nose for me, would you? That's just tell them Reverend Elliot said it's okay. I'm sure the police will go for that. Yeah. So, the allergies. Yeah, my heart is with you there.
It's bad because it's humid a lot here.
Oh, it's I don't know. Humid, and like I said, everybody here in New York complains all the time about the weather, but humid it isn't until maybe August. Then we get humidity. But I always think
it's 70 here. Like
wow.
Tomorrow it's gonna be like 74.
Yeah.
75.
But I keep thinking, because you can look, there's a wonderful website called Shorpy, SHORPY. They have high-resolution photographs going back to the early 20th century and late 19th century. And they're just beautiful pictures, and a lot of them show New York. And one is called The Close of a Career, which is kind of gross, but it just shows kids playing in the gutter in New York in the early 20th century with a dead horse lying there. Because that's what they did. And now I know that pollution is a bad thing and that the cars are polluting the air, but I'd hate to think what this town in New York smelled like in August when we had horses all over the place, because horses have their own form of pollution, and it's bad enough, but in the heat, in the August heat, oh man.
Right.
But I've done some time traveling, as they say. There's a wonderful book, if you can find it, get it. It's called Practical Time Travel. It's a very little book. It's a slim book. It's excruciatingly expensive for some reason. It's become famous. I bought one a few years ago for $3, but they're up to like $60, $70, $80. So if you can find a decent price for one of those, get it, and it'll show you how you can travel around in time. This is something I discussed a few weeks ago. I do firmly believe that we carry the memories of all our ancestors within us, and we can access those through meditation. And I've gone back to New York in the past, and I'm not doing that ever again because it smelled awful, awful, awful. So listen, what can we look at for you tonight? Maybe now that our noses are clogged, it'll be the perfect time for the bad smell.
I really don't know what's going on lately with me anymore, because it seems like I have so many setbacks. Like, I don't think about the setbacks, but it's like I get 2-3 feet ahead of me and I'm 5 feet back. Like, I got in an accident at work, and now I'm, just got so much with my back and my neck anymore that I've lost my job, and my relationship is failing with my boyfriend, and it's just so much going on. I don't know what is going on. So I was just calling to see what is going on with me, or is there any good things coming?
Yes. Yeah. The first thing I have is good news, which is that the Ten of Swords is the first card I got while you were describing that. And the Ten of Swords means the bad times are over. That means the worst has happened and it's over. I also have the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. There are things happening that are very confusing in terms of romance in your life, which I've got cup cards here, which are about romance, and they're kind of up in the air, and it's very bewildering. But we know that from what you said. But so I'll skip that and just get to the part that looks good. There's a sign here of a new relationship coming in. Now that could mean two different things. That could mean that your older relationship will reach another level, or there will be something new coming to you. Because I'm getting positive. The Knight of Cups is about something new happening in terms of affairs of the heart, and the Ace of Cups is also about something new coming. But it's also a card about growing happiness and good things on the way. Now, this is consistent with the Ten of Swords, which says that the worst is over and things are going to start getting better for you. So either you're going to have a new relationship that is going to be very good, or the older one, the one that, has problems, that's going to work out.
Okay.
So that's good. The main thing here is that Ten of Swords, which literally means that the world has thrown its worst at you and you're still here and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's good news. Anything else you want to look at?
Do you think they're going to get to the bottom of my neck and my lower back? Because for 6 months I've been down.
Well, the card that I had about that was hope and optimism, was the Star.
Okay.
So that's a good thing too. But I keep getting here like the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. In terms of the cups, I'm getting happy stuff for you. So I think that you'll get through that. You'll get over it. I mean, here's the Sun. I was hoping to get that card, and there it is. Like, that's the card of healing and health and growth. So I think things are going to work out very well for you. It's just the back is awful. I mean, I had a doctor one time who told me that human beings were never meant to walk upright, and that's the problem. And I thanked him and got a new doctor. That's not what I wanted to hear. But yeah, back problems are whew, man. So as long as you're getting medical attention and you're following what they're saying you should do, and you feel comfortable with it, and you don't ever hesitate to get second opinions, is the way I feel. But the card here that I was hoping I would see for you, anytime somebody has a medical problem, I hope to see that card. And there it is. It's the Sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness. Good,
because it'd be in my favor, because I mean, like I said, now I got unemployed. From where I was injured.
But you have a legal thing going, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I can take a look at that and see what there is with that. If you'd like, I'll shuffle the cards and take a look at the legal situation. We were involved in a legal thing here. It took a while. It took like a year and a half or so, but it's always
something
worth
that
pursuing.
I never would have thought of.
Same here. Okay. Well, this is good. The cards are very good. They're favorable here for you. I'll tell you what they are. I mean, there's nothing coming outright and saying, yes, you're going to win, but here's what you got, which is the same message. It's the Five of Rods, which is a card of stiff competition, but it has within it the promise that you can deal with that. Then there's the Nine of Cups, which shows a very happy, well-fed, content person. And then there's the Six of Coins, which is a card about receiving money. Okay. So you see what I'm getting at? And oh, bingo, here's the
Yes,
one.
sir.
And here's the card. Here's the biggie, the Justice card. You're going to get the justice that you're looking for. Now, as with many, and having been married to a lawyer for like almost 40 years, I should tell you, I understand you may not get everything you want, but what I'm seeing in these cards is that you'll do okay. I'm not seeing that. That's me talking.
Feel good.
That's just me. That's not the cards. The cards are not saying you're not going to get everything you want. You know what I mean? That's just me. The cards are showing. You look at that Six of Coins. You look that up on the internet. The Six of Coins with tarot, and they all show a guy handing out money. You know, that's the good one. The Justice card speaks for itself. You will be getting justice, and the Nine of Cups is, like I said, is a contented, happy person who's very well fed and enjoys the good things in life. So we can infer from that you're going to do all right financially too. Okay.
Well, good. Well,
so hang in there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. Thank you.
Get over that cold, and I promise to get over mine too.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. Does my voice get lower when I have a cold? Does it sound more impressive when I'm sick and have a cold? I knew a guy who he had a radio gig, and every once in a while, every few years, he would develop polyps on his vocal cords, which apparently is something that happens to people who talk for a living. And when that happened, his voice would go way down there, and he would make a fortune doing voiceovers for products and commercials and radio ads and TV ads, and then he'd go get the vocal cords scraped and get the polyps removed, and he'd had a fine voice, obviously, but when he had those polyps, he would just rake in the money. Oh, those were the good old days. It wasn't me, that's for sure. I did a few commercials for radio in my time, but one time I was listening to an oldies station here in New York, and I was on a ladder painting the ceiling, and the radio was on, and one of my ads came on, and I almost fell off the ladder. I was so surprised to hear my own voice coming out of the wall. So I guess I'm not cut out for that business. Sabrina in Vancouver, British Columbia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing tonight?
I'm not bad. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, just getting through a cold. So maybe hot water and bourbon would do it. Somebody told me to do that one time when I had a cold, but then I ended up with another problem, which I don't want to go into. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Okay, I guess one of the first thing is if you can see kind of what's going on with my aunt.
Okay. Is your aunt no longer with us?
Oh, she's still here.
Oh, good. Because I do get afterlife readings for afterlife things, and people are very delicate about that, and I try to kind of tiptoe around it a little bit. Okay, so you want to spy on your aunt, right? That tarot is good for that. Should we see what's going on?
There's lots going on. Just wondering if you could see anything of how it's going to go.
Does this involve money?
It involves money and
because
lots of issues.
I have the King of Coins, the Queen of Coins, the Ace of Coins here. The first cards I pulled out, and the Two of Coins and the 10 of all these 5 cards I just pulled out are all about coins. So the cards are telling me look into money. Is something going on financially with her?
Yes.
Okay. There's struggle. There's a strike. There's somebody. Look, I'm going to do this as diplomatically as possible. There's somebody behind the scenes doing something bad. Is that what you see going on?
Well, I thought there was one person, but I'm not sure if there's just one or more now.
Well, I definitely have a card here about one person. It's a Five of Swords, which is not a very good card. Fives are trouble in tarot, and the Five of Swords shows a rather smug person sneaking around, doing bad stuff, let's say, in the background, and that's not a good sign. I also have the Seven of Rods, which is a person, it could be you, who can handle that, can sweep away all these obstacles and will be successful at handling it. That's the Six of Rods. So what I'm seeing is, while there's somebody who's creating trouble, there's somebody else who's going to be able to handle it and stop it and just stop the troubles, which is something I like to see when I find a troublemaker in the deck, because it's not nice, that's pretty much there. The person to be concerned about here is a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who is powerful and impresses people. There's somebody around like that?
There definitely is one, and there's someone else that we've kind of put in charge to try to stop it.
Well, from what I see here, what you're doing to stop it is going to work. And here's the Justice card again. I had that just earlier for the previous caller. That the card said there will be justice done here. That's why I have the Six of Rods here, which tells me that things are going to work out very, very well. But it's going to be a struggle. Although you're going to be able to handle the struggle. That's the Seven of Rods.
Okay, and be okay.
But there is somebody who's doing things that is not the best interest in your aunt, of your aunt, and you know this, so that's good.
Yes.
So the cards are just pretty much confirming what you know, is that there is somebody doing this. The Ten of Coins is the card I have here at the finish, which is a happy ending to all that. It's going to work out all right.
Okay.
So that's good.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm just wondering if you could see something or anything with my mom's overall health.
Health, let's see. I'll shuffle them up again. I've got cards of waiting, like the Two of Rods, the Two of Swords. Twos are about balance. Twos are waiting. Three of Rods is waiting for something to bear fruit. It tells me that if there was something that was wrong health-wise, it's in abeyance right now. That it looks like this is a good period.
So
okay.
The health overall with her seems to be okay.
I'm not seeing anything wrong here. I'm seeing just everything kind of status quo, like, No, that's just a set of cards here many miles away. If you have any concerns, please go check it out with a doctor, because this could also mean that if there is anything wrong, they can find it and deal with it.
Okay.
But what I see now is things are kind of stable. I'm getting well-balanced cards. Let's just put it that way. Things are stable.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
I guess the last one is, I guess, what do you see happening in the future with me?
Well, overall, I see that you need, and you're going to take some time out for yourself, and you're going to have balance restored. Your life feels out of balance. Don't you feel that at times?
Yes.
Well, you're going to restore that balance. I have the Four of Swords, which is taking time out and just letting things percolate around you, and just relaxing, and the Temperance card, which is things returning to balance, and I think that's just about what you need at this point. You'll be good at that. The World card is here. That's a card of success. So you need to take care of yourself a little bit more. You're very good about helping other people, is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
But you're going to need to take some time out for yourself, because I know it sounds selfish, but you can't help other people if you don't take care of yourself first. And you'll do that. You'll do that. And the temperance card shows me that you will retain balance in your life. You will have a return to balance, and that's good because you've been very busy. From what I see here, emotionally and mentally, you've been quite busy. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah. So that Four of Swords is a nice, relaxing period of just taking time out for yourself. Okay, so look to do that because you have it coming and you deserve it. I just shuffled and cut the cards again, and I got the Temperance card again. Definitely balance is coming your way. So that's good.
And do you see anything spiritual happening here?
Well, the whole thing is going to be wrapped in spiritual accoutrements here because I've got the Judgment card, which there's going to be a rebirth. After you get that, see, there's the sword, the Four of Swords again. That's that period of resting. That's followed by the Judgment card, the Temperance card. Now again, the Empress, which is a card of making things grow. A person who's very creative. Yeah, you're going to head for something very good spiritually if you can get that time out for yourself and just pull the various forces in your life into balance. And you're working on that, and you're going to succeed at it, from what I see.
Okay, and I guess just how do I word it? Spiritual protection around me would be very important for me.
Well, I'm seeing that, and see, the other thing is the Nine of Coins is here, for instance, and that is a card of a person who is at peace with herself and at one with herself and can be all right alone. It doesn't mean loneliness. It doesn't mean being a hermit. It just means that you're centered and you're at peace, and that was the balance that you had, and you're going to be getting that back. Okay?
Okay. Okay, so I'll be getting the peace, the balance back again.
Yes. Oh, yeah. There's balance will be restored to your life if you can take out some time just for yourself and pull away from these things. That'll help you a great deal.
Okay, and spiritually,
There's a period of growth coming after that.
after that,
Yeah.
okay.
But you'll get there. I've got like the Six of Swords here, which tells me you will get there. You will make it.
Okay, and could you suggest anything to be to help spiritually protection or?
What kind of protection do you need?
Just from being safe and not being, I don't know if the proper word is let's say, attack.
Well, okay, I will do this. First of all, I'll tell you, I think that period of time out that I saw in the cards will answer that, because you'll be able to do that. But get yourself a return candle. They're kind of large, but you can get them at various occult supply places like Wisdom products or Azure Green, things like that. And it's half black and half red. And if anybody's sending you anything negative, burning that is said to return it to them. So that could help you out.
Okay, great.
Because there is some negativity going on around the situations that you're describing, but you're pretty well covered for it. But get a return candle and try that out.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. And hey, look at that. We've come to the halfway mark, and you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I call it the magical window, but it's really just tarot cards. I don't know what struck me to call it a magical window, but it's at least I didn't call it magical goggles. That would sound kind of silly. Would you imagine being tied to that for 11 years doing a show called Reverend Elliott's Magical Goggles? Although beer goggles are close enough to that. And we discussed that earlier when I said somebody told me to go out and drink bourbon when I had a cold. I'm not going to explain what happened to me after that. Sarah in Conway, South Carolina is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay, considering I just have a bit of an annoying cold. How are you?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Um, like, is there anyone around me protecting me?
You looking for spiritual protection? Maybe like from the other side?
Well, I was thinking if is my daughter around me protecting me?
Has you lost your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Let's see what we've got here. Well, uh, the first card I have here is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that I look for when somebody asks me to see a thing like that, because the High Priestess sees behind the veil being that which separates this world from the one to come. So this is something positive is going to emerge from this reading. Here's the Death card. That's another. See, okay. The cards are falling into place here. The card that I have, and there are two cards I have here, and we can read these as a message. They're both tens, and tens are about completion. Tens are, in this case, very positive. There's the 10 of cups and the 10 of coins, which is a card of, these are both cards of happiness and cards of family. And the 10 of swords, I have 3 10 cards here. These are cards of completion, which of course, her time here was completed and now she's somewhere else. The 10 of swords, though, is an interesting card in that it means the worst is over and I'm not suffering anymore. So I'm not going to ask you to go into any details about this, but the message I'm getting is that that I've found completion, fulfillment, and there's happiness here, and that the message. And I get these. This is what's so peculiar. I get these a lot when I do this kind of reading, almost every single time, and the message is about happiness and joy. And that's what I guess that what they're saying is that, and it's useless to say don't be sad because we're always going to be sad, but it says that that I'm happy, and that's the message that I'm getting very emphatically from the spirit, because I have the High Priestess card and the Death card here, and I'm the interesting thing about the 10 of coins is that it's a card about ancestors, and it's almost, when I get that, and I get that a lot with these readings, is I'm with my ancestors. So this is a person who is, the spirit is doing very well. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I just wanted to know, am I right about my health?
Well, let's see what I see about your health. And of course, if you have any doubts, check with a physician. Very important.
Yes, sir.
As somebody who has had his share of medical visits in the last couple of years, I can tell you. I'm seeing that you're very strong, you're very powerful, and you're going to do well. I mean, I'm not getting anything bad or good, if you know what I mean. I see life just continuing for you. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
But if you have any doubts, get a checkup, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
Oh, that was I haven't heard a dial tone in so many years. It's always quaint when I hear that. I like dial tones. I'm sitting here. I'm looking at a phone from the 1920s that I use, which has a dial on it, and I can no longer use the dial. So that my phone calling has been drastically limited from that particular instrument. But you'll see one day. You'll see what I've got here. I've got a nice brass candlestick 1920s phone, which I don't think originally had a dial on it. I think somebody put that on. I could probably get a touch-tone dial pad for that, but that would look pretty damn weird, don't you think? Amber in Des Moines, Iowa is next. Hi, Amber. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, how are you tonight, Amber?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I was hoping to connect with my dad.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Oh, boy, here's a good one. The moon card. Have you been dreaming about your dad?
Very much so.
Because that's what that card is about. It's the subconscious and dreams and oh man, that's a good sign. Let's see what we have here. Um, I have the Judgment card, which is references Last Judgment. So that's pretty much a confirmation that this is an afterlife reading. Um, the Ace of Cups is here. That's a card of happiness. Everything is. I mean, I've got nothing but little happy cards here. It's so peculiar because whenever I do these readings, the message comes out happiness, even though there's a hint of sadness. The sadness of being gone is there; it's always there. Like in the Moon card has teardrops on it because there's always a tinge of sadness. But the spirit that I contact is always happy, and that's the message that they definitely want to get across. Here's the happiness and health and growth. There's the sun. It's all good stuff. So that's again, these readings get so bizarrely dull, you know, they've come to. I seem to reach the people when they've come to terms with what happened to them. Once I did a reading, and it was quite clear that the soul that I had reached was not happy at all about what was going on. You know? But that's a whole other story. There's a book in that one. But here, everything is fine. I just shuffled them again, and I'm still getting cards of happiness. So, that's the short and sweet answer. That the message is I'm doing okay. Here where I am. Well, okay.
All right.
Anything else you want to look at, or is that it?
Could we look at maybe I don't know, my marriage?
Well, I've got the Lover's card right up at the top here.
Okay.
Now that also has a deeper meaning, not just simply romance. It's about making a choice. So it seems to me, and I also have the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage. So the cards are again, the cards are working for you. They're telling me that they're hearing you. This isn't going to help you at all, but it's telling me that there's a choice that you need to make in terms of your marriage. Now you knew that coming in, though. But what they're not going to tell me what the choice is, and I wouldn't even dare to interpret the cards to tell you what to do because the cards have more faith in you than that. The cards are very successful, and they're telling me that whatever choice you make, you'll make the right one for you. You've had some rough times. That's the Ten of Swords. That's the card that says the rough times are over. The Six of Rods is the card that tells me that whatever you choose to do, it's going to be good and it's going to be successful for you. Okay, this is the second time I've had this card tonight. The Five of Swords tells me there's somebody here who's making trouble for you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna win. You know, you're not gonna be victimized by that person. But there is a person there who wants to make trouble for you. You don't have to give me any details because I know that this is going to be intensely personal. But what I'm seeing is that you're going to make the right choice for yourself and you're going to do okay for yourself. And the hard times are going to be over. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
No, that was all.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
And I will, after the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way to help you with what is undoubtedly a difficult choice. But like I said, the cards show me that you're going to do what's right and you're going to be happy with your choice. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. Let's shuffle them up now. Oh, there goes my nose again. Does it sound odd? Does my nose sound funny to you? My nose is running. I used to have one of those little wind-up toys with a nose that walked around, you know, because my nose was running so much. But now, you know, it's the old pick up the phone and say, is your refrigerator running? And, you know, well, if you had a misspent childhood like mine, you know what comes next. It's the same as calling up the bowling alley and asking if he's got 10 pounds. Oh, never mind. Ava in Phoenix, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I hear you.
Nice to talk to you.
Oh, glad you could call through. What can I look at for you?
I guess, can I start with just a general what Spirit wants me to know?
Are you on a speakerphone? Because I'm having a little hard time hearing you here.
No, I'm on my regular phone. I'm just
okay.
in a hallway, so it's probably echoey from that.
Yeah, it's a little, sounds like you're in a big church. So what exactly did you want to look at? I didn't quite hear it.
Can we look at what's going on in my, with my career and education right now?
Sure. Oh, that's outstanding. I got the Ace of Rods. That's a card here. That is a card about career. So there are new things coming your way in terms of career, which I would hope in terms of, since it's linked to your education. The Page of Coins is here too. That's a beginning of a stream of money. That's pretty good. The Magician is somebody who's got the power to make things happen, and you're drawing spiritual power from above, and you can use it here. You're going to be very successful. The Six of Rods, that's rods again, our career. That is a card of success and getting what you want and achieving it. The Two of Rods is here too. That is also, you're getting a lot of, the work is the main thing. Career is the main thing here that you're concerned with, because I'm getting all these cards that are rods. The Two of Rods is about waiting for something to happen in your chosen field. That's the thing. It's gonna take a bit more time. But here's the Ace of Swords. Now, this is important because you mentioned education. Swords can be about strife and struggle, and that all depends on the other cards in the reading. But they also have the meaning of mental activity, and you're learning, and you're in school, and that is mental activity. And I'm seeing that in the sense that the Ace of Swords is going to be related to the Ace of Rods, which you have here, which is your education is going to lead you to a very good career in terms of what you want to do, and you'll enjoy it, and it's what you enjoy doing, and it'll pay well. The King of Cups is here, and that tells me that you're probably, in terms of work, you're more interested in the fulfillment angle than just the financial, correct?
Yes.
So you'll get that.
Okay.
Let's just end it with this then. The Ten of Cups is the card of perfected happiness. Your education, see, you asked about education and career, and I have the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Rods, which is about both of those things. So excellent. Yeah, and it's all happy. It's all good. So you're going to be all right.
Okay. Anything
else to look at?
Can we look at my love life?
Sure. I don't mind that at all. Well, what would you like to know, or just see what the cards show you?
Just whatever the cards show me is fine.
Okay. Did you recently have a not too good experience romantically?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I got the Nine of Swords here. That is a sad card, and that is generally, things not working out. Now, the Six of Swords is next, and that's a person who just picks up and keeps moving. So that's good. That is absolutely good. The person is moving from rough waters to calm waters on a little boat, and you're pushing yourself. You're getting there. So it stings. It hurts. You're not ready yet for another round of an affair of the heart. That's the Eight of Swords. Shows me that you're a bit tied up still, but it's coming, and it'll be okay. You're not the kind of person who freaks out when you're alone. That's the Nine of Coins. I had that earlier for somebody. You're centered in a way that you can be alone and still be happy, and you're not one of those. We all know people who are they need somebody. The Lover's card is here, but the Lover's card is the next one. It's in your future. And that'll be successful. Now, here's something I've got to run because we're running out of time, but I do have a few minutes, so let me tell you what's going to happen here. And I have 100% record of almost being right. How's that? This is the Four of Cups. That is a fascinating card in terms of relationship because it tells me that somebody around you is interested in you, but has not made it clear.
Okay.
So keep an eye out. See if somebody's paying a little more attention to somebody you know. See if it's somebody paying a little more attention to you than usual. See if that person is leaving the door open a little bit, metaphorically speaking, or literally. Then there'd be no doubt. But you know what I'm saying. If you look at the card, if you're familiar with tarot, or you can go online and look at the Four of Cups. It shows a person sitting there looking at three cups and contemplating the affairs of the heart. And there's a hand coming out of a cloud holding another cup, offering it. And that is the new relationship that's coming, but you don't see it coming. So it may take you by surprise, but it's going to be somebody who's near to you. And oh boy, here's the King of Cups. I'm glad you got this because the emotional compact with you is very important. And you're hurting a little bit because of what happened, but you'll get through that. And let me leave you with one other one. This is another cup card, and I'll leave you with this. It's the Three of Cups, which tells me that you may be meeting this person through people you know. Okay?
Okay.
So, but it's good. Sometimes it means the completion of a matter in plenitude and luxury, but it also means that something comes about romantically through your friends. So keep an eye there. But you're very young, I bet, and you'll keep going. Well, to me, everyone's very young now, you know. But, you'll see how that happens when you hit my level. You'll see how suddenly everyone's young. You know? but you'll see what I'm talking about. But you'll be okay. You have something coming, and it's going to be very good. I want to leave one last card for you. Oh, the Three of Coins. Oh, back to work. You're going to be starting when you do get a job, when you do get into your career, when you do get the work you're looking for, you're going to start with an assignment that's probably temporary. Keep an eye out for that because you'll excel at it. You'll do so well that it'll lead to other offers. How's that?
Okay, that sounds great.
I've got to run. I've
right.
used up my time for the week, but I will send you positive energy with a white candle as soon as the show is over. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And folks, that's it. We have hit the wall. We have come to the end. Can you believe it? We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window here on the Ask One Radio Network. And I didn't sneeze once. Although my mouth is so dry, man, I'm gonna drink some dehydration fluid, which, rather, let me say hydration fluid. Drinking dehydration. What would dehydration fluid be? Vodka, right? That would do it. That would dehydrate me and throw me away. But no, I'm going to be drinking a nice, tall, cool glass of hydration fluid because I don't like being dehydrated when I'm sick, and it doesn't help. So let's get into a few things here now that I want to always remind you of. My website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's like 100 and something pages there of interesting magical stuff that you can look at and have fun with and play with and contact me with, and you can see all kinds of interesting things there. Recommendations of books, there's videos there. Oh man, one of the things I love seeing is when I look at my reports from the website on a daily basis. I see people who just tool around and see a lot. I don't see who you are personally. I just see that somebody visited from someplace and then hit a lot of pages. And I love that. And then there's mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org for a book there that will change your life. mojoacademy.org has a great selection of books, including books that I haven't written, but I have reissued. So those are all there, mojoacademy.org. You can also find at magic-works.com a contact page for me. So I will be back with you again next week on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Until then, remember that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.